Wow. Hello, David. We're chatting today about email marketing. I'd love to hear your thoughts on whether that's working for you. We're having a bit of fun here. Are you getting my emails? I'm not sure people are getting my emails. I'm not sure if they do, they're doing anything with them. And we're going to have a bit of a chat about that. Are you getting my emails? And please join me. There will be a replay, of course, if you can't make it live. But David, I'd love to hear your thoughts on whether or not email marketing is working for you, and what's your take on that? We got you there, David. I don't know if you've got a signal. I think, from what I can tell, you're online, but we'll just have to see. I don't think your mic's working. So you might have to reboot or rejoin. So let me just run you through what we're going to talk about today. At the 2-minute mark, I've got to remember where to to come back to. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about: are you getting my emails? I'm not sure you are. I don't think people are getting my emails, and if they are, they're not responding. So no mic working there, David. I don't know what's going on. Your mic's not working. That's a bit of a pity. So let me just run you through what's going on there. So are you getting my emails? Let's try this. Part 3. I'm not sure people are. If you have any questions, I'd really love for you to put those in the chat and to ask any questions. I'd love to hear your email marketing stories. And if you don't have any, that's okay. You can come and join us and we'll tell you ours. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And believe me, there is some ugly ones. Coming soon, I do have a show list, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this because this is how I do email, and I'm not convinced it's working for me, but I want to share my story. I have a 20-part series now on SoundCloud made up of all the shows I've done this year and little snippets of that. That's a really interesting thing. And I'm also going to talk about marketing funnels. All right, so what I'm going to do is, we've had a few technical difficulties here. I'm just going to play a little bit of music, and I'm just going to go in the back channel and see if I can get some of those people that want to join, see if I can get their mics working. So stick with me, and I'll come back soon. Okay, enough. Okay. Thank you. Enough of that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Waiting. Okay, thanks. Oh, stop it. So, what we're doing today. Oh, can you please quieten down? What we're doing today is we're talking about. Are you getting my emails? There we go. There we go. Thank you. What we're doing today is we're talking about. Are you getting my emails? And look, I'm not convinced in 2025 that email marketing is still a thing. And I would love for you to come on the show and prove me wrong. I'm going to work you through my strategy on email marketing, and I'd love to hear your strategies and your stories. I personally don't like getting emails, and I don't like sending them. So, in a way, I'm probably wanting this process to fail because I really can't be bothered doing it. But I can tell you for sure that it isn't working. So I'm not inclined to, rush out and do it more. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. So the show is called "Are You Getting My Emails?" Right, and I'm just going to do a bit of a monologue on this, and then I'll get some buddies of mine in to talk about it. If you do have any questions, please put those questions in the comments, and they will show up for me, and I'll bring you up on stage, or I'll show you those comments for you. I am going to talk about my email marketing strategy and why it isn't working. And I'd very much like to hear your thoughts on what you do and how you do your email marketing. I use a site called Luma, lu.ma, and you can find out what that looks like at whereiskeithtoday.com. It's a list of all the upcoming shows. One thing I will talk a lot about today is what what has been called an autoresponder series, and I have a 20-part series on SoundCloud, which I think I will turn into emails just for fun, and you'll get an email once a week for 20 weeks if you want them. And that's the question. Do you want them? Are you getting them? What are you doing with them? It's a bloody fantastic question. And we're actually going to talk a lot about marketing funnels. So I'm just going to run the room and see if we can get some comments on the show, and anyone David tried to get in, and he said that he's having tech problems. He doesn't use email for marketing, just as a creative process. And obviously, as an administration point of view, then emails are very efficient. Obviously, a lot better than faxes and telegrams. But as a marketing funnel, I'm not convinced email marketing is a thing anymore, and I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Nothing would give me greater joy than to try an email marketing campaign for actually to get a result. What I'll do is I'll just ramble a little bit for a few minutes, and until maybe some people come online. I'm not entirely sure if there's anyone listening. If there is, please let me know, because it is very, very, very difficult to talk to the wall, and that is quite frustrating. So you can simply comment on LinkedIn or YouTube, wherever you're listening, and eventually on Blue Sky. I am going to start sending my shows to Blue Sky soon. And we'll talk a bit about Blue Sky in a minute as a possible alternative. But Cyrus, jump in, man. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you use email marketing? Is email marketing still a thing? And I would love for us to try and get your screenshot or your thumbnail this time. We had a fantastic show yesterday, and what's really amazing is that we've had 350 replays overnight of that show. So cool. So I'm going to send you a message, but I'd really love you to put your thumbnail on this time, because I just love that visual of everyone equal with their thumbnail. So join in. Do you use email? Is it still working? Is it outdated? And is there anything else we can do? I'd love to hear these thoughts. Email marketing doesn't work for me. And I'm not convinced it does work, but people keep saying that it does. So I want to hear those stories. I've tried everything that people tell me to try, and they do not work for me. What am I doing wrong? There's a couple of things I'm going to talk about, and they are actually in the show notes. There's a couple of ways to do email, and I've tried them, and it might just be me. I might just not be doing them very well. And then Jim is saying, have you explored SMS marketing? This is really interesting, Jim. If you'd like to come in, I'll bring you in on this. Personally, the idea of SMS is, I find a bit offensive. I hate texting. I hate it. If someone texted me something, I would just delete them as a contact. That's what I would do. but apparently it works. So if you want to come and give us a bit of a idea on that, I would love to hear your thoughts. Apparently MailChimp now does SMS marketing. Man, please do not send me an SMS. You are going to be my enemy forever if you send me SMS. I hate texting. I hate it. But that's just me. Let's explore that. SMS versus email. Which do you prefer? I have heard that SMS marketing works, and if the ends justifies the means, and you don't mind pissing off your friends, then try it. Jim, if you've got time to talk, I've just sent you the email. I've just sent you a screenshot or a link. Please jump in and tell us what you're doing. This is a new format we're trying here, where LinkedIn audio events were much easier to navigate and much easier to join. LinkedIn events are very difficult to navigate, very difficult to join, but I'm doing my best. You do need to be very, very creative with your email lists, and I would agree with that. And so let me work you through what I do while I'm waiting for some people to come on the line. I've recently started a little game I call Talking to the Rooster. Because unless there's someone on stage to actually talk to, I feel like I'm talking to myself. But anyway, this is a very, very, very interesting idea. So this is how I do it, and I'd love to hear how you do it. If you've got any questions or comments, please put those in the chat. So I use a site called Luma, lu.ma. Hello, Americo. We're doing the show, and there'll be a replay. We've had 350 replays yesterday from the show, and overnight it's just exploded. That's more than any of the shows that we've done in the recent times. I'm very, very excited. So that's working, and it's good to catalog our wins. So what I do is I use a site called Luma, and I bought the URL. Where is Keith today? Now, if you go to that site, if you haven't already gone there, you get two choices. You can sign up for my generic list, which will tell you everything about everything that I'm doing, and I send those emails out periodically. Or you can just sign up for individual shows. And just to let you know, I've got 178 people in my generalist link that have signed up for one or two shows here and there. And I've got 80 people that say, mate, send me everything, because your shows are so cool. I want to come to everything, right? And you would think that if people have signed up for the everything link, then they actually take notice, but they don't, and they never come. They say they come, but they never do. Right? This really pisses me off. So what I do with Luma, lu.ma, there's a number of these sites, MailChimp, Aweber, there's hundreds of these sites. The generic list, I can send out up to 500 emails a week. I can send an email to 500 people a week, let me just be clear. So based on 180, I can only send it twice, because that's 360. Then I can't send the third one because it goes over the limit. So I send out a generic email every Monday saying, hey, I've got a couple of good shows coming this week. Here's the link, and why don't you come? Right? And my stats so far on this, and I'd just love to hear your stats on this. My stats so far is that I sent an email on Monday saying, hey, we got a couple of good shows. 44% of people opened the email. Not bad. 44% opened the email. But only 7 people clicked on the link provided. Now, that might be something to do with my writing skill. It might mean that I'm not that good at compelling people to act, and maybe I could get better at that. Then I tried another experiment the next day to say, hey, look, we had a great show, and thanks for being part of the community. Here is the replay. Right, and 35% of those of people opened that email, but only 5 people clicked on the replay. Now, I would call that a fail. 3% of people clicked on the email, and it didn't take me very long to write it. And I guess I got 5 other people that listened to the replay that might not have listened, but one person unsubscribed. So they're pissed off with me now because I sent 2 emails in 2 days. Right? Is that too much? So I'm just so fascinated by this. Does email work? What's the alternative? Is there anything else we can do? How often should we send them? Are you getting a result? I would just love to hear these stats. So that's what I do. I use Luma, and I do it this way. And I would have to say, based on the stats that I'm getting, that it's not working, because the goal is to get people to come to the show or listen to the replay, right? And I sent an email and 5 people clicked on it. I would call that a fail. I mean, I guess 5 people that didn't have the replay saw it, and that's probably a win. But disproportionately, and Americo will allude to this when we get a big interview tomorrow, actually next week, with Americo about this, and I get much better result using DMs, which I guess, Jim, is a little bit like SMS. Instead of sending an SMS on your phone, I send a DM on LinkedIn. I find this strategy works really, really well for me. I've got a funny feeling, though, that some people are equally as pissed off with me as I am with texting. So no way to know for sure. But there's a couple of strategies that I want to talk about that I think could work if you're still insisting that email is your thing. And one thing that we talk about often is what's called an autoresponder series. Now, an autoresponder series is an email that says, hey, you've signed up for something for free. Here's part 2. and part 22, depending on how many you want to do. Typically, the most common scenario is 12, once a week for 3 months. That's the most common scenario. You can have 5, you can have 25, you can have 105, you can have 365 if you want, but it's up to you. I have actually seen a 365 day autoresponder series, and then a pitch right at the end, What an amazing idea. I don't know if he got any money out of that, but I thought it was pretty clever. So Jim agrees. DMs are a great idea. And this is my number one strategy, DMing. And if you don't want my DMs, either tell me or unfriend me. I don't mind. I don't want lurkers. I want people that are engaged. I'd rather have 10,000 people that are engaged than 20,000 lurkers. I get it that you're busy, but let me know what you're doing. Let me know. Tell me to slow down or just unsubscribe, because unless you tell me, I have no idea. 365 autoresponder series. That's one a day for 365 days. Now, what I will tell you, and I'll get back to this in a minute, with my Luma calendar, Luma, Luma, not lunar as in moon cycle, I can't do the autoresponder series with this software. It's a weakness in this strategy. I really don't like that, but they don't offer it. But MailChimp would offer it, and Aweber would offer it, and Constant Contact would offer it, and all these others. There's about 100 email providers. Please let me know what you use. I use lu.ma. But what do you use for your autoresponder series? What do you use for your emails? I use lu.ma. It's a great site. Let me just explain how that works. It's free for the first 500 people. First 500 people on your list. So you can send an email to 500 people a week for free using Luma. Bloody brilliant. Now, if you get really, really big and clever, depending on whether you think 500 is big, then there's a paid version. It might be $29 a month, $29. I don't know what it is. I haven't got there yet. I've got 178 people on my list. I'm not anywhere near 500. Maybe after today, I'll get a couple more. So there's 100 of these: Aweber, MailChimp, GetResponse. Let me know what you use. I'd love to have that discussion about what you're using. But I want to get back to this idea of the autoresponder series. So I have decided, which I'm pretty proud of, that I have done a 20-part series here on SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/Keith Keller. And because my shows go for such a long time, a lot of people have said to me, I can't watch the whole show. Can you give me a 5-minute sort of highlights reel? Ooh, okay. Yes, I can do that. Yep, I get you. So what I did is I punched the transcript into a site called Google Notebook, which I think is probably the coolest invention of all time, probably equal to the wheel. That's a big statement. Better than the wheel. And what it does is it creates an interview with two people, a guy and a girl, on the breakfast show on this US radio station. And it gives you the 5-minute skinny on what the show is about. Oh, it's unbelievable. Now, I've done 3 shows a week since like the beginning of the year and beginning of last year. In fact, since the pandemic began, I've basically done 3 shows a week. So I've got lots of content. So what I do is I punch in the transcript into Google Notebook, and it creates this audio interview for 5 minutes, and it creates a WAV file, WAV, and I then put that into my SoundCloud account, and it creates a little playlist. Go and have a look. It's bloody good. So that in itself is a very cool offering. It's completely free, and there's no way I'm not going to charge for that. It's just a completely free idea. I love Google Notebook. So jump in, Jim, if you've got time to talk. I'd love to hear how you use Google Notebook, how you use SMS, how you're using DMs, and how you navigate this email marketing world in the 2020s. I'd love to hear your thoughts. You might not be in a position to talk. That's okay. I get it. But please, if you want the link, please let me know. So I think Google Notebook is the coolest invention in the history of marketing. I can't think of a better one. Please let me know what you think, but I can't think of a better thing that's been invented. Maybe YouTube, perhaps SoundCloud itself, maybe podcasts are the coolest thing. I don't know. But why Google Notebook is so good is that with a PDF, you can create a 5-minute highlights reel in audio of your show. Now, if people can't come to your show, people can then go to the highlights reel and get a bit of an understanding of what the show is about. Now, it's not ideal. I'd prefer people come to the show. I prefer that people would listen to my show, either the replay or live. But if they can't do that, you're providing a service to them by using this pretty cool piece of tech. Now, the way that Google Notebook works, just in case you've never used it, is that you get 3 turns per day of this site, and you get 3 goes at it, because it's not always right. Sometimes I get the words wrong, or they spell, they say your name wrong, or they do a sort of a weird take on it. So usually you do a couple of spins and you get 3 versions, and you pick your favorite version, and then you post that day. You get 3 for free. It's part of Google Gemini. And then you can upgrade to the Google products, whatever they are, $19 a month if you want for more. This is a classic model called freemium. And AI is definitely changing the face of journalism. I wouldn't call what I'm doing journalism, but it's definitely changing the face of content. So this is pretty cool. So with this idea, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do an autoresponder series for everyone that signs up for my email list, but I'm going to have to use another site for that. And I was at one stage using Aweber, which I really like. It's about $19 a month. I've heard MailChimp's quite good, but a bit clunky. There's so many others. I'd love to hear your thoughts on who you think would be a good one for you. And this, in a way, will turn into a little bit of a decoder on email marketing. What I'd really love is for people to come up on stage and give me an alternate view. Email marketing doesn't work for me, and that's my position. But I'm open to suggestions, and I can't make those up because I have a very definite opinion about this. And believe me, I've tried just about everything that people tell me to try. And I want to also talk a little bit about marketing funnels. I don't know what people get when they send emails, but I reckon this is about right. For every 1,000 emails you send, maybe 100 of them will respond in some form. That's pretty good, 10%. And of those 10%, 10% will do something with the material, come to the show, buy your product, tell their friends. And I reckon that's about right. And if I look at my stats, I've got 180 people on the list, 178 now because 2 people unsubscribed because I'm emailing too much. 44% of people actually downloaded it or came to the show, and then of those, 4%, 7 people came and did something with it. Now, Jim is on the call. I'd love to hear your thoughts there. That's a pretty funky, thumbnail there, Jim. Have you got a picture of yourself that we can share? I'd love to feature you now, and I'd love to hear what you're doing.
Let's see if I can put on my camera.
No, this is a social audio show. Have you got a thumbnail?
No, I don't actually easily found, but I'm here.
Okay, well let's play this out. So you're in Toronto, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. So my friend Americo is in Toronto, and my friend Sue Sutcliffe is in Toronto, and also my friend Gurpreet. Do you know Gurpreet? You're a career counsellor, aren't you?
I'm a career counselor, yes.
Do you know
And
Gurpreet?
not. I don't think she's in. I think she's in LA.
Oh, she moved to LA now, did she?
I think that this is the same person you're talking to. I did reach out to her and said, "Let's go for coffee," and she says, "I'm in LA." I went, "Oh, okay."
Gurpreet the man.
Yeah, I believe she's there. She's down there.
Okay.
Anyway, it's interesting. I'm just starting a marketing campaign, and I have to say that my inbox for my business account has 18,000 unread emails that are all basically.
Oh man, how did that happen? How what?
I sign up for all sorts of newsletters, but then I don't get the time to read them, and it's just like I'm getting a newsletter a day, and so I just ignore it. So I'm one of those probably refugees from email, and I get a lot of spam texts on my phone, but what I find most annoying is that on LinkedIn, people have found that I'm a career coach, and so they have all these marketing funnels. And I go over to look at these people, and they've just started this business, and they promise you, 5 figures a year, 6 figures a year, and yet they have no recommendations, nothing that would give evidence that they've actually done something. So there's a lot of spam coming into my DMs and LinkedIn. And I spend all of my time on AI. I've learned how to make custom GPTs, and I have a GPT that makes GPTs, and I've made about 50 of them for different applications. One of the things I'm finding is that people are going to AI for their information, and it leads me to think that maybe live or journalistic sources are becoming less interesting as AI sort of captivates people, and we go down that rabbit hole.
Let me pick up on this. This is a very important discussion. People have been saying to me, "Oh, Keith, if email goes away, how are we going to get the word out?" Well, let's flip it. As a person that wants to consume content, I'm not sitting around waiting for you to send me an email. I'm going to Perplexity. I'm going to Pi. I'm going to Gemini, and I'm typing in, "What's the best Indian restaurant near me?" Or how do I get my internet to go faster? Or I'm not waiting for you to send me an email. I'm not answering my emails going, "Oh wow, that's a service I really need, and let's go and have a coffee." I don't do that. I search independently on my own when it suits me. And I think what you've just said there is true, that I use Perplexity and Pi, and these sites give me stacks of information that are useful to me when I need it, when I think of it. And I think that the consumer is now flipping the switch and saying, "Look, I'm in charge. I need to know this right now. And what is it?" And I think you've tapped on that, haven't you? We're not waiting for people to send us stuff. We are taking charge, aren't we?
Right. And one of the things that when you go and make a custom GPT, now if you are on a paid account, you can go do this, and you can edit the code, and you can put a link back to yourself if people want to have in-person service. So I've got Job Search by Heart is my company anyway. So I have a Job Search by Heart assistant, and so people can do job search development using the tool, but if they want a live person, they can click on a link and come back to my Calendly and book a link with me, and that sort of thing. I've also created what's a compassionate coach. So I went over to Gemini Deep Research, and I researched what does compassionate coaching look like. Create me a manual, and it gave 150 academic sources which are verifiable, and an amazing manual. So I used that as the knowledge over at ChatGPT, created the ChatGPT flow. Now I have the most mind-blowing app that can actually counsel people. And of course, I've got all the legal disclaimers built into it and what have you. And this is, to me, where the growth is this interactive. And working with this particular bot, the Compassionate Coach, is so life changing. I've used it now for 6 weeks. I've been sharing it live with people, and it's a groundbreaker. So people are really hungry for knowledge. They're hungry for growth. They're hungry for healing in a very distressed world. And I'm not sure that they're going to podcasts or live media for that answer, for that link. And how do we shift with that is the important thing, because what you're saying is that people are pulling on information as they need it, and AI is just so useful.
Yeah. We've got quite a few listeners now, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Are you waiting for someone to tell you what to do, or are you searching for your information when it suits you? I personally use Perplexity and Pi, but
Right.
I'd love to know in the audience, if you use AI to get your information, do you still Google it, or do you still read your emails? And let's just type in that number, man. And what was it? 18,000 unread emails. Is that what you said?
Yep. And that's over 1 year.
Now, let's play this game. I have 0 unread emails. 0. That's because I'm brutal with email. Like, I just don't. So I don't sign up for newsletters because I know I won't read them. And I unsubscribe really, really brutally. 18,000 unread emails. So I check my emails every day, and most of the emails that I get are people that have found me from some random list, probably on the dark web. Mate, do you want solar? Can I teach you how to make $1,000 a minute with a very little investment? And can we have a chat about that? These bullshit emails where they promise you big money for no effort. I mean, I'm getting those all day. You're getting those obviously too, yeah?
Yeah. And in my LinkedIn as well, which is really annoying.
But what about your point on DMs? What's your take on DMs versus, say, SMS?
Because I have about 4,000 people in my network. I like to hear from my people, and often if I send 10 DMs out, I get about 2 or 3 responses. So that's a pretty good hit rate.
Yeah, look, I've coined the phrase. I'm very proud of this. I call it the LinkedIn Power Hour. So every morning from 7 a.m. until 8 a.m., I set aside an hour to go through all of the messages that I got the night before and respond. And I found that that's an incredibly useful, productive use of my time. I'm awake. I've had my breakfast. I'm ready to go, but my show doesn't start till 10. So for 1 hour, I set aside this block of time. I call it my power hour. And I actively encourage people to DM me, because I want to talk to real people. And I get, half a dozen, maybe 12 sometimes emails and DMs, and I respond to them and we banter if they're still awake. And it's a very productive strategy. Would you agree?
Absolutely. It's probably the last bastion of direct contact. And if you are lucky enough to get people in real time, I think they are, if they like you and know you, they're willing to respond to you as best they can.
Yeah. And how does that compare to SMS? Do you use that as well? Because I hate texting. I hate it.
Well, my experience with SMS was when I was working in a nonprofit, and people weren't reading their emails, but they had phones, and this was maybe 2-3 years ago during COVID and that sort of thing. So we went to Text Magic as a product, and out of the 20 counselors on staff, I was the only one that really used it. I had about 800 messages a month, and probably 400 were responded to, and that was a really good hit rate. But they were seeking my services. These were my clients, and so they were happy to have connection with me. And people have their phone with them all the time, but they don't necessarily check their email or look on their laptop.
Yeah. Look, I've actually had some people say to me, look, I got a message that you went online because I had my phone and it dinged and I came. I said, oh, that was pretty cool. I wouldn't have thought of that. We recently had a very massive hack here in Australia, and for me personally, my phone is on silent 100% of the time. I never hear the sound. So I check my phone maybe once a day. Oh shit, there's 3 messages I missed, but they're always spam. They're always, you want to buy solar? Can I come to your house and give you an evaluation on your house because they're thumping it now, and we've got 3 people wanting to buy in your street? Yeah, well, I've been here 20 years and I have no intention of selling. Why are you ringing me? Why are you? And how did you get my number? Why are you ringing me? But this all picks up on the idea of email, and this is a very good example. You've got 18,000 unread emails because you sign up for the newsletter because I'm guessing you figure you want to have a look at it. Is that why you do it?
That's right. And then I'm too busy on AI to go over and look at my email. And if I scan my emails, and if it's not from a client or something that looks urgent, I just move on. And so it just disappears off the bottom of my screen into the abyss, and there it goes.
Yeah, I had a similar issue, and this sometimes happens on LinkedIn. I sometimes sign up for things because I'm curious how people do it. I'm not particularly interested in the product, but I'm very curious how they market the product.
Right.
And this is why I want to talk about the autoresponder series and what's now called a lead generation sequence. Right. Now, the lead generation sequence is, first of all, you're doing things to get leads. Do you have a lead magnet? Do you have an email list? Do you use that, or because you've had such a sort of a problem with it, you don't tend to do it?
I'm just at the point where I'm investigating doing this kind of marketing, and so this is really, really timely for me to have this conversation. So I'm sort of at the beginning of the stage of that process, and getting reliable lead magnet information. There's so many people that are wanting to sell you lists, but it's expensive, and I'm a little bit skeptical about it. At this point, to put my toe in the water.
What do you think you'd say if someone sent you an email from a list you got on from someone else? You bought a set of scales at the hardware shop and you go on a list, and then suddenly someone's sending you an email about their latest Indian restaurant venture because they bought it from the local hardware shop. It's not related. Bit of spam. I mean, that stuff really annoys me.
I think I have about 150 of those in that 18
I get about 150 every day.
Exactly.
But there's two very, very, very. Actually, let's play the game here in this 3-step sequence. So, the lead generation, or what we call lead magnet, is a freebie, an ebook, an event, an MP3 download, a cheat sheet. It could be a call. Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Never buy email lists. Totally agree with you there. So, and jump in, and mate, I'll send you a link if you want to come in on the show. So the lead magnet is the funnel, the part that gets people into your sort of ecosystem. And it could be a book. I had an ebook. I had 580 people on my list as a result of an ebook. They work. No one reads the ebook, but at least it gets me in the funnel. You can have a show. As I said, I've got a 20-part series here that I'm thinking seriously about turning into a sort of a lead magnet. It's 20-part series. Very cool. And as you said, you love Google LMM, don't you?
Yes, it's great for digesting material. In fact, I do have a lead magnet. It's these chat GPTs that I can send out that have links back to me embedded in them.
Well, let's put that in the show notes. How can we help you? How can people sign up for one of those chat GPTs and get some freebies?
Let me see if I can drop something in the chat for you.
Yeah. So the first thing we talked about is this lead magnet, the idea that what you need right up the top, the 1,000 people a week or a month that come to your show or come to your site or whatever you do. Yesterday, for instance, we had 300 people replay the show we did yesterday. Right, that in a way is a type of lead magnet. I mean, people come to the show and they, hey, this Keith guy is pretty funny. I'm not going to come to his show. Or what does he do? When I'm in Melbourne next, I'll have a coffee with him. So it's a sort of lead magnet, but you can have a podcast, you can have an ebook, you can have a cheat sheet, and usually people exchange their email address for your free information. It's a fair exchange, depending on how much you value your email address and how much you value your own content. So I love doing the shows. People love listening to them, and they send me an email to get more information about upcoming shows. That seems a fair exchange. That's what we call a lead magnet. We'll talk a bit more about this and how you do it. That's how I'm currently doing it. If you want to know more about that, go to Where is Keith Today? My little links are disappearing, but Where is Keith Today allows you to sign up for upcoming shows like the Social Audio Soundcheck, etc. And whereiskeithtoday.com takes you to my lead magnet. Just if you want to have a look at how that looks for, there's various ways to do it. It's completely free and it won't cost you anything, but you will get emails from him, which might piss you off. The second level, the prospects are thinking, you know what, I'm digging this. I actually think this show's pretty good. I want to come to all of them. And then I've got a special list for that. 80 people of the 180 people that have signed up said, mate, I want everything. I want every time you do a show, I want you to send me something. 80 people have said that. They're warming up, what we call they're getting warmer. They're not cold. They're into it, and they want to know. Then 10 of those will say, mate, I love your shows. I'm coming next week. When's the next show? Right. So of the 1,000 people that might think, well, look, this is all right, I might try this. 100 of them saying, mate, I'm really into this, and if I can come, I'm going to come. And 10 of them actually come. And these numbers are very accurate. Like this is a very accurate sort of set of principles. And it's very depressing when you think that for every 1,000 people that you talk to, only 10 people are going to buy your stuff. It's pretty depressing. But it's not unrealistic. This is the way the world works. So that's what we call a lead magnet and a marketing funnel. Now I've got some more comments. Here's Jim's freebie. Tell us about that if you want to. There it is there in the link. And please connect with Jim on LinkedIn if you want to find out more about that. Tell us about this little freebie you're doing. Got you there, Jim? I think you
Okay, I've got you twice in my headphones here. I'm just trying to. Oh, there. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You've got a bit of echo in your headset, yeah?
Okay, I'm in two different instances here. I'm just trying to get rid of. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
No worries. What's happening there is that you've probably got LinkedIn playing somewhere on one of your links, and you're also in the show itself. And that there's about a 10-second time lag, and that's not really awesome, but it's part of the challenge of doing the technical stuff. So we are really rocking it today. We've talked about lead magnets and marketing funnels. I'd love to hear how you do your marketing funnel. What is your freebie? Is it an ebook? Is it a free event? Is it a podcast? Is it a free catch-up call? Is it a coffee chat? Is it an event in the city? There's got to be something that we give people for free before they will trust us. I mean, that just makes sense. I mean, there's 8 billion people in the planet. 1 billion of them are on LinkedIn, and we're getting scammed all day. Every day, we're getting scammed from the dark web. We're just getting all these emails. We're just getting so many emails that are not related. Right. And then I get follow-up emails. I don't know. Tell me if you get this. You get an email saying, hey, Keith, I came across your website and I would love to talk to you about building an app. Well, I don't need an app. And I didn't ask you to send me that. I'm not responding to that. I got 16 of them today. And then the following day, mate, I haven't heard from you. What's going on? You're a bit rude. Can't you just send me a little response to say you got the email and, let's be polite. I said, mate, I didn't ask you to send me that email. And I'm under no obligation to respond to you. And please go away. And then maybe the third email, then I'd just really get angry. But this is just all this bullshit emails from these lists in the dark web. But did you get rid of that echo, Jim?
I think so. Am I just one voice now?
Yep, we can't hear the echo. The echo is probably in your head as a result of having LinkedIn going and being in the room, because there's
I'm down to
10
one tab with you in it. So there we go.
But what I was saying there, Jim, do you get it? You probably don't know this because you're not checking, but do you get follow-up emails to your spam emails? Like, hello, I came across your stuff. Do you want to buy solar panels?
Yeah,
Hello?
I do.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot. I'm in these LinkedIn marketing funnels, and they're really aggressive. There's this progression. You didn't respond to me. I know you're busy, but and that sort of thing. And it just gets more and more aggressive. And I don't take kindly to that, actually, because I didn't ask for them to make me 5 figures a month as a coach, that sort of thing. And when you do check them out, you realize that it's a scam, in a way, a lot of the time. So
I'll
that sort of
give
thing.
you a really quick cheat sheet for free. I'm going to play a little sound. This is the easiest way to make 5 figures. It is to get 10 people to pay you 4 figures.
Right.
That's it. I mean, that's it. If you want to make $10,000, just con 10 people into paying you $1,000. That's what they're selling. That's it. That's what they're teaching you. If you want to make 6 figures, just con 10 people into paying you 5 figures. And unless you're actually giving very, 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 very good information, how can you justify charging $100,000? You can't. It's a con, right? So it's a scam. No, I'm getting to get into trouble now because there's probably some people thinking, mate, I charge $100,000 and my stuff's good. And I take offense at that. Well, okay, but $100,000. I mean, I could buy a really nice car for that. What are you giving me? Your knowledge. Well, what am I going to get out of that? Right. And look, I've known people that have remortgaged their house to pay these scam artists, and it doesn't work. And then they split up with their husband because it gets really angry at them, and then they're out on the street. Right. And this happened. This actually happened. And I'm just really angry for these scam artists. But we get emails like that all the time. And look, I don't know anyone that charges $100,000 legitimately, but I'm sure there must be some. I just don't hang out with them. And I'm not saying that everyone charging $100,000 a year for their marketing program is a scam, but you'd have to be pretty bloody good to charge that much money. And what am I getting for it? I could buy a car. I could put a deposit on a house. I could go overseas for almost a year on that money. Not a year, but maybe 3 months, depending on when you're going and how much you spend on accommodation. I could go around Australia 8 times on $100,000. So, I'm starting to really sort of notice this, and this is why I'm asking. You get my emails? And if so, are you reading them? Because your answer there is yes, I am getting these emails, but I'm not reading them because there's too bloody many, isn't it? There's just too many.
It's lost. I think email has become anachronistic. It's an ancient tool, and apparently, I think the statistic is something like 99% of emails on the system are spam, and it's making the spam filters work hard. And so there's no guarantee that when you send an email, it even reaches the other end. Because
that's exactly the inspiration for that title. Are you getting my emails? Because most people are not. Like, I've even sent messages to people saying, hey, did you get my email today? We got a show, and I've put the link inside the email with a couple of little ideas. I didn't get it, Keith. Well, I sent it, and you're on the list. What's going on? Why are you not getting my emails? You want to come. You're an active member. You want me to send you emails about what you're selling me, and you're not getting my emails. What hope have we got? People aren't even getting the emails, right?
So we have a crisis in trust, really a trust. What channel can we trust to deliver a message end to end? When you've got social media that's been taken over by right-wing interests and that sort of thing, and people are becoming more and more wary of communication. So probably LinkedIn DMs is probably the last safe space because X isn't that. WhatsApp is not that useful. Instagram or Facebook, people get into doom scrolling in there and that sort of thing. And not every message or contribution makes it to the end as well. There's lots of filtering there. So we're caught in the filters.
One thing that's very interesting, I'm going to bring up a graphic now for what's next. And I really want to pick up on the two ideas here. One is, do you take charge of your content or your knowledge, and do you search for stuff, or do you scroll to find out information? Like I don't wait. I don't wait for someone to tell me what to think. I wake up every day looking for things. I'm looking for things. I'm not scrolling, waiting for you to give me inspiration. And I wonder whether the new paradigm now is that we are looking. I'm just trying to find this graphic that'll really sum this up pretty well. I think that we're actually taking our power back and saying, you know what? I want information that suits me. I'm not waiting for you to send me information just so that I can do what you want. And let's have that discussion. I mean, do you wake up every day going, oh, geez, what's going on there? And I don't have anything to do except what you tell me to do. I mean, you've got your own life, haven't you? You know what you want to do, and you go looking for that, don't you? That's what I do.
I do, and I've actually created an impartial news bot that goes out and finds verified sources, because I like the news, but I don't like being caught in the echo chambers that are biased towards one side or another. And so I check my app that I created for that. And when we look at how people are using AI to pull information, there is still a place for humans. So the place for humans is, can you create a tool that people can use on their own and then be the person to help them out when they want that high touch? I think that's kind of where the future of where humans fit into the AI world is we're partnering with the tool and we're showing up to do the high touch part. People still need that part.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree that some of the lower level things don't need a human being to get into the nitty gritty. Maybe 20 years ago they did. But my wife's a financial planner, and they're seriously looking at, in Australia, a thing called robo advice, which is, what's the best investment if I had $100,000? Well, okay, that's a big question. How old are you? When are you going to retire? Big questions. But some generic questions could be answered by a computer. Based on the current economic climate, maybe you could be better off putting that money in a term deposit if you wanted it straight away. I can't say that. I can't actually give advice, and I'm not giving advice. I'm just giving an example. But a computer could give you the options. Okay, Perplexity, what are the 5 best performing options in investments at the moment? I don't want to pay a financial advisor to give me that information. I want to research it myself. Okay, now that you've given me that, I might go to a financial advisor because I wouldn't mind a human talking about this. And I think that would be interesting. But yeah, you want to eventually go to a person to say, look, am I on the right track here, or did I interpret this correctly? I don't know what I'm reading. Yeah.
Right. And the client coming to the professional is all now better informed. And so you're getting far more out of your face-to-face time because you've done your homework and you're not going over rudimentary things, and you can get into the nuances of things. So as professionals, as communicators, as disseminators of information, to create an app that's AI based that points back to you, that there's a link. Hey, I want to get into this 20, the SoundCloud, 20-part course. You can click on the link. I want to connect with Keith, and I can DM Keith. Here you go. Or I come to your website. Where in the world is Keith Keller? Whatever that was. And so you can embed that in the application. And so that's kind of like an Easter egg.
Oh, that's right.
And
They call it Easter eggs now, don't they? Can you explain what you mean by that for people who haven't heard that phrase?
well, it's a reference to you in particular. It's a part of the app that you be like. I create an app that people can use to do job search, and it can help people anywhere on the planet. It can hook them up with local resources anywhere on the planet, and it would also link them up with me remotely. You can book a 30-minute free appointment for checking out whether this is a fit, and then we can go from there, and I can bring people into live classes and that sort of thing. So it's in the app, but I've provided a service. So there's my lead magnet. And and I don't have to have every person using the app to reach back to me. Those that want the people to talk to is amazing. I've got a whole NGO over in Nairobi who's using my app, for example. So
Yeah, I think it's extremely important. Extremely important to use this tech. The reason being for us, and I'm just going to see if I can find a cool image of an Easter egg, is that's a little bit like breadcrumbs, the idea of leaking out little bits and pieces, but leading people to a much bigger idea. Yeah.
mm,
Because we're busy. Like a lot of entrepreneurs I know work for themselves by themselves. We haven't got a team. I don't have a team. We work for ourselves by ourselves, and we're trying to do everything. Some of this tech can come in handy for us, can't it? It can be a very, very, very good strategy. Just see if I can play a little game here and add an Easter egg, which I found on Pixabay. Easter egg. There we are. Easter egg. So Easter eggs are a little thing that says, okay, here's a bit of a teaser about what I do, a little bit of what I do. But if you need to know more, we can chat in person and click on the link and we'll do that. Because that first step doesn't necessarily need your time, does it? Because a lot of it is wasted, isn't it? It's not good quality. It's not. You don't want to talk to everyone every time, every day, do you?
no, and I think there's even a case to be made to make a useful tool that goes relatively viral, and maybe you harvest 5 to 10% of the people that are finding it useful, and they pass it along. So it's kind of like the merchandise with the pen with your name on it, and people write with it, and they see your thing. If they're using their app to do good work and to get good results, it's like a showcase, especially if you're trying to work in more wider circles as an expert. It's building your public awareness, eyes on your name, eyes on your service. So it's I don't think that if you give just a small amount that's going to amount to much. People might not share it if it doesn't do enough for them, is the thing that I'm concerned about. Just a thought.
Yeah, I think the really important comment here is that there's two elements of time working here. One is our time as an entrepreneur, because we are one person. I don't have a team. Some people have a team, and that is genius, but I don't have a team. But I think the other hidden piece of the information is, what about the actual person that wants the information. How do they want to take it in? I mean, I don't ring everyone to say, hey, look, I've just gone to your website. Do you have vegetarian food? Yep, we do. You got a booking for tonight? Yep, you can come in at 7:30. Sometimes I feel like ringing people. But what I really want is I want to go to a website and says, let me have a look at the menu in my own time. Let me decide whether I like the food, and then give me a situation where I can book. I don't want to ring up to book a restaurant. Like, it's 2025, right? I want to be able to see the menu and say, hey, look, they've got some funky dishes. Let me book in for 7:30, confirm that they get the booking, and I'll turn up. And that, as a consumer, my time is just as valuable as your time. Right? So there's two ways to think of this. Do you do this too? Do you book online if you can, or do you like to ring people to confirm that they got yummy food, or in terms of a restaurant?
I do both, but I'm more comfortable calling in, because then I have a personal connection, and then you can hear the tone of voice and how customer focused they are, that sort of thing. I like that human touch.
Okay. Now that's very important, because for you as the consumer, and cafes are a very good example. Cafes are really not much a product. Really, it's a vibe. I mean, they're not selling anything that we probably can't do ourselves, unless you're a really shocking cook. You know, I've often gone to a cafe and it says, I could have made this, but it's not overlooking the sea, and there's not this funky lo-fi music playing, and the waitress is really nice, and she acknowledges me and remembers my name, and she knows my order. So I don't mind going there, because I feel good when I'm there. But the food itself is not anything I couldn't do myself. I mean, I'm lucky that I can do a little bit of cooking. So, but for me personally, and I want to run the room on this as well. When I go to a restaurant I've never been to before, I want to book online. I don't want to fuck around. I mean, I don't want, because, I want to be able to say, look, I want to go tonight at 7:30. There's a really cool site I use called Open Table. I don't know if you've heard of that one, if they have that there. Okay, there's a table at 7:30. Yep, click. Guaranteed you're going to get in. We've confirmed the time. We've sent you a text. We've sent you an email. It's definitely happening. We'll see you tonight. And then when I get there, I can chat to if I've never met them before. I don't want to ring up and go, hello, do you have anything vegetarian? And do you have any bookings for tonight? Yes, I do. We have vegetarian food, and we've got a booking for tonight. Okay, can I book in? Yes, you can. Good. See you tonight. I just wasted 10 minutes of my life doing that. On a restaurant I've never been to before, yeah? And subsequently, as a result, and this is one of the things that really, really pisses me off, like it's one of my pet peeves, I hate it when restaurants don't have websites and they just use Facebook as their website. Have you had this happen, Jim, where you go to a Facebook page and they have a photocopy or a photo of the menu really out of focus, sat on the desk, and you think, I can't even bloody read it.
I don't even bother with those. Most of the restaurants, I live in the restaurant district in Toronto. It's called the Danforth, and everybody's got their own site, and you can order food directly from it that comes to your door, or you can call them and make a reservation. I don't think we can make reservations online yet here, but certainly you can see the menu, and certainly during COVID, they really upgraded their ability to get food to you promptly. There's a whole network of bicycle delivery people that will bike your order to you in 20 minutes. It's amazing.
Yeah. So you're near the Danforth Music Hall, yeah?
Yes, I'm around the corner from it.
Okay, that's handy for me to know, because as I might have mentioned, I'm not sure if we've ever done this for you, but my favorite game that I play is what we call a Keithy. Two people that have never met that meet on my show. Right. So now that I know you're near the Danforth Theatre, my friend Sue Sutcliffe, who lives in Toronto, and my friend Americo, who lives in Toronto, can now know where you are, right? And nothing would give me greater joy than if you guys got together and found some synergy and said, you know what, I think this is pretty cool. And that's all down to Keith. He did that. He's a bit of a winner. And so I have this thing called the Keithy. Hello, Keith. We did it. And I've had people from all over the world who have never met each other and who would never have met each other meet on my show and then meet in person. It is one of my coolest things. I just love doing it. Right. And so I've had friends of mine from Auckland go to Argentina, and they both were talking on the show, and one met the other, and they've taken photos. I've had friends who live in Africa that happened to be in the same town at that time, different countries in Africa that met together. They would have passed each other in the street probably, except that they probably thought, hey, you're from Africa and I'm from Africa. Where are you from? But they met in this very small town, like about 100 kilometers from Detroit. Very small town. I can't even remember the name of it. So now that I know that you're in the Danforth area, I can now tell my friend Sue and my friend Americo that and you're such a cool dude. Like, we've known each other ever since Career Success Radio, I think. Like, you were on Career Success Radio, weren't you, with me all those years ago?
Yeah. So it's been
Did you know that it closed down this year?
No, I didn't.
Let me pick up on this idea. So, in regards to the SoundCloud account, which is a variation on what I did, in 2008, Jim used to come on my show because he's a career counselor, and at that time I was a career counselor. And we had a show called Career Success Radio. And Jim would come on and give career advice in 2008, when podcasting was very, very new. And it just closed down this year, 2025, which is a bit of a pity because it was a bit of an icon, wasn't it? I love that show. I love that show.
It's great. It's great. So what we're talking about is essential services that people, we're information brokers in some way. And so because things are happening so quickly, the question is, how do we become the valued human in the middle of the channel of information, which is AI, and build that bridge into the parallel media that runs beside it? And I think LinkedIn is still a good platform to be part of that mix. But as you were saying, email, I think, is just hit the wall. I mean, it's just too full of spam that people don't pay attention to it. And there is a richness to the interface of LinkedIn, and people want to be there because they want to be seen as part of community, and they want a presence there. So connecting with others is the goal of being on LinkedIn. And so if you're easy to connect with and you have information that they value and trust, I think that's the mix, no matter what you're trying to provide. And if there's an AI tool that can be a lead magnet, that's all the better, because people are using that medium now.
So can I say a little bit sort of euphemistically that LinkedIn is the new email? Is that, are we there yet?
For the purpose of being part of a professional community and connecting with people, I think we are.
Let's ask that question of the group. Is LinkedIn the new email? I love this question. I think it is. Like, Jim has 18,000 unread emails because he just doesn't have time to read your spam. So stop sending it. Stop. Please stop. So, but DMs and LinkedIn, people are engaged. I connect with people I want to talk to. I don't just sign up for things that I thought might be interested I want to talk to people. And I have an hour I set aside every day from 7 a.m. till 8 a.m. my time, that I say, you know what, everyone that's responded to me in the previous day gets a turn, right? And I try to respond to everyone who's DM'd me, because they've taken that time. Don't think yet you can send DMs on automatic. I don't think you can do that yet. Can you? I don't think you can batch DMs yet. So what that means is that everyone that sent me a DM has deliberately done that to me. Yeah. Would you agree?
I would agree. I think there are third-party applications that are reaching in, because some of the stuff I'm seeing looks like it's campaign-driven, automated in some way.
Automated.
I'm not,
yeah.
In LinkedIn, and so I'm not sure what tool they're using, but I don't appreciate those actually, not at all. But the people that I've intentionally connected with, I have really good rapport with. We do reach out and we do talk to each other, and I think that's I think, how many clients do you really need? Do you need 100 active clients? I think that's doable in a LinkedIn environment.
Yeah. Now, Americo has said LI, LinkedIn, is the new YP. Fucking hate acronyms. What's YP? Do you know what he's saying there, Jim? What's YP?
Yeah. Yellow Pages.
Yellow Pages. Okay. Man, that is 20th century. That's 80s talk. Is LinkedIn the new Yellow Pages? Wow, that is even better, isn't it? Yellow Pages. I'm sorry, America, I just didn't get that reference. I don't think we've had a Yellow Pages in this house for 20 years. Do you still get them there, Jim?
No, but there's an online app for it. But you got to go out and look at it. And the cool part about LinkedIn is the search box. You can put any company name, any job title, and filter by location, and up comes a list of 50 people or 150 people. And so you can very, very quickly find companies, people who work in those companies, zero in on that person and send them a DM, and one of the things I like about LinkedIn is, if people are putting posts on LinkedIn, first like and comment on their posts. And so now you have name recognition. And so their chances of responding to you when you DM go way up.
Oh, let's pick up on this. So we were chatting about this yesterday on the show. We did this really cool show yesterday, which has had 300 replays, 350 replays. It was a microphone special edition. A lot of people called in, and we were troubleshooting all these different microphone problems. It was a really cool show. It's had almost 400 views now. And yesterday we were talking about one of the ways to make that show go viral was commenting. Right. And so let's pick up on this. What is a commenting strategy, and why does that help? Well, why is that so cool?
Well, and this is, when I'm doing job search training, I teach people to do this. When you see a company and a job title that you want to connect with, a person that inhabits that, go to their activity panel on their profile, and you'll see things that they're posting. Jump over into there and see if there's something that you can legitimately say something intelligent about. You can also use AI to help you compose that, by the way. And what that does is that people will get a notification in their LinkedIn and also their email that you commented, and they see your name and your title. And when they click on the notification, it takes them right to the message, and they can click back to your profile and see your profile and see who you are. And if you're saying something really interesting, there's a good chance if you DM them, they may respond to you. It just really improves that connection. And if you comment 2 or 3 or 4 times on stuff they put there, then suddenly, like, people get that serotonin rush, that happy feeling when people are liking what they've posted. And so it's a wonderful strategy, using how people psychologically connect with social media to like on their posts first and then send them a message and see where it goes.
I love this. I love this strategy because you're in a way doing the Easter eggs in reverse. You're saying, look, I love your stuff. And this is great, especially if they respond. And then when they get a DM from you, they go, oh, that's that really cool person in Australia that likes my stuff all the time. He's nice. I'll say hello. Whereas it's not a cold call, is it? It's much more relevant, isn't it?
Right, and it's important, especially in doing that kind of outreach, is to be genuinely interested in what they put online. It's not transactional, where it's your. I got you. I'm going to tell you everything about me. No, it's a conversation. It's a dialogue. It takes a little longer, but if you can connect with 5 to 10 people a month like that, you're doing stellar.
I totally agree. Now we've lost your image, but I think we've still got sound. If you do want to come up on stage and talk, we're talking about email marketing and, more importantly, the alternatives. Jim agrees with me that email marketing is probably a little bit anachronistic. I would agree with that. I think it's an old strategy that might still be working for some people, but I don't think it works anymore. It doesn't work for me. And it's not working for Jim. So I think that's pretty interesting. I'm just going to bring Jim back in again. Lovely seeing you. Did you create that with AI as well? Tell me your take on AI and imagery. I love AI. Do you use AI
Yeah,
in imagery?
that was yes. I use Chromebook, and that's part of Chromebook Plus, where you can generate an image that goes into your Zoom media or whatever, using your camera and audio. So it takes your audio and makes it like a studio mic, and it also generates these images. And this was beautifully done. And it's Gemini in behind the scene because it's a Chrome product.
So a Chromebook Plus now comes with Gemini.
Yes, it does.
That is so cool to know. So a Chromebook, a very high functioning laptop in itself, now comes with Gemini, yeah?
That's right. And it's got AI in your camera and in your audio as well. So it's a really good tool to be on Zoom or Google Meet or whatever, platform like that. And I've got one. It's about 600 Canadian. It's got an i3 in it, which is really good.
Okay.
And 8 gig of RAM. It's 256 gigs solid state drive. It's a really cool machine, and it's kind of like Google's version of the iPad or the that sort of thing. And it's a well kept secret. You're getting probably the same power for 50% less money.
That's right.
And you're part of the Google infrastructure ecosystem.
Yeah. So does the screen detach like an iPad, or is it quite literally a laptop?
Mine's a 2-in-1, so it folds over, which I really like because I can put it in different configurations and I can use it like a tablet. But it's a really great little laptop, and I use it for everything. I have Windows 11 on some really, really top end laptops that I don't use unless I'm doing video editing or part of my music system, where I've got a professional music system where I've got what is it? A Microsoft tablet on my music desk. It's about a $3,000 tablet, but it does really, really good work to play music in real time. But that's all it's really good for. Everything else, I use my Chromebook for. I find Windows annoying, and Chromebook is really, really smooth and slick, and every week they improve it, and they've done really, really well. Google has. With that
what
product.
do you use for email and you're working? Do you use Outlook and Office products, or does Google have its own version of that?
I'm an Office product refugee. I use Google Docs and I use Gmail, and the Google Suite. I find interestingly when I'm using AI and I cut and paste something into Microsoft Word, it loses all the formatting. I cut it into Google Docs, all the formatting is there, and then I can easily share that document with others. And so it to me is I never thought that Chromebook would be something that I would be interested in until my mom got one and I wanted to have to support her. So I got one and I went, oh my goodness, this is a well kept secret. And then when they went to Chromebook Plus, which was the higher end processors and then the AI built in, quite a product.
Wow. Now this is very interesting. Did you ever come on a show with Doug? Doug is in Vancouver, another Canuck.
Mm-hmm.
Jump in, man, if you want to talk. We're talking about, is Gmail dead? Is there an alternative? What do you do? How do you do it? And I'm just sending you the link now. What do you do, Doug? Do you still use email? Does it still work? Is it an old technology? We're thinking it's a bit anachronistic. Doesn't work for me. What do you think? I'll send you the link now, and we can have up to 10 people on stage on Restream. I use Restream for these now, and it's a very, very, very good system. I just love these shows. So I'm sending you the link now. But so Jim, you were saying that you were once a avid Microsoft user, but now you are a Google product user. Yeah.
Yeah, and I only use Windows for high-end video editing, high-end photo editing, and my musical instruments in real time. Other than that, I find the Google environment is so integrated and so convenient. It's just I find myself liking the interface because it's smoother and less cluttered, and it just works.
Yeah. And how do you use music? You've got, what site do you use for that? Do you use Adobe Audition, or how are you doing your music?
Oh, I've got Native Instruments. It's a full-on professional rig. So I've got software synthesis and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I've got a high-end Microsoft Surface. It's about 3,500 Canadian for that device, but it recreates all my instruments from software. So it's really a niche interest. So I'm only using Windows for niche applications that need the performance.
This is actually very, very important because I don't know if you know this, it may not apply to you now, but on 10.10.25, Google Windows 10 goes away on 10.10. So anyone that doesn't have Google Windows 11 on the 11th of October, it'll cease to exist. It'll just cease to work. It'll cease to update, and there'll be some lag or eventually. But we are all PC users have to, if they use Office, have to upgrade to Windows 11. Right now, the question we're now asking, Rifey and I, is we've got a 15-year-old laptop that just has been a soldier for us, but it's starting to come to the end of its life. And I'm starting to think if a Chromebook comes built in with Gemini and it can do everything that a laptop can do, I might get a Chromebook because I have heard that they're quite good.
Well, if you've got an old laptop, you can put Chrome OS Flex on it, and it runs the Chromebook environment. Now, what it doesn't do is Chromebook and Android are coming together. So the Chromebook Flex doesn't have Android in it, but it's got all the rest of the Chrome environment, including Gemini. And so you can give it a try on an older, piece of equipment. And under the hood, it's really Linux. It's very, very efficient.
Wow. Well, it's becoming increasingly important. So David is there saying he uses Apple, so that won't apply to him. And please try again, David, to get us working. David couldn't get in and couldn't hear and couldn't be heard. So there must be some sort of config problem there. But this is not necessarily related, but the point is that Windows 11 will go away on 10.10.25.
Windows 10, you mean?
Windows 10 will go away. And if you don't have Windows 11 by 10.10, and I'm guessing that's why they did it 10.10, then your system will just cease to exist or cease to work. And I'm really seriously thinking whether I should fix my old laptop or just get another one. And if it comes built in with all of these cool features, because I love graphics, I just love all of the graphics you can do with AI. I just think it's a miracle that we can create this photorealism. And let's just be very clear on what's happening here. Look at this photorealism. I can see myself sitting at that desk and looking at that view. I mean, I've been there. You know, I can see it. It's photorealistic, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And that's created on a Chromebook. So I would give Chromebook Plus a try. And if you like it, it's a really convenient thing. I don't know what the government has in store for Google as a company. They're talking about breaking them up, but right now I'm finding it's a wonderful environment. And I 2 years ago I would have considered myself a heretic to say this, but I'm quite smitten with it.
Yeah. Why is that? Because it's convenient. It's seamless. It's lovely. It works and it's integrated, as you said.
That's right, and it runs Android apps, it runs Chromebook apps, and it even runs Linux apps. And it's seamlessly integrated. So,
did you have a bit of trouble switching from Microsoft products, say Outlook or Excel, or have you never used those?
No, I've used them quite extensively, and I find it's a bit of a shift with going over to the Google equivalents, but I find them quite functional.
Oh, I love this. So I've sent Doug, who's in Vancouver, a link to the site. I've sent Americo, who I think is driving, but is actually from Toronto, a link to the site. And we've got a couple other people in the call. David is there on a Mac, but he can't get in. I don't know what that is. I don't know why we couldn't get his mic to work. But I'd love to hear a bit more about what you're doing, Jim, and how you're using all of this. Are you live streaming yourself? How do you get the word out? What do you do to promote your stuff?
Well, I'm actually working at the Center for Social Innovation, which is a co-working space for people who are doing work that's to better the world. And it's got 2,000 people who are a member of that. So I use that customer base, and I'm doing a lot of one-on-one and outreach that way. So my stuff is going a little bit viral that way. I won't say viral, but I'm getting the traction I need. So I volunteer there on once a week, and I have full access to them. And they're amazing people. Every walk of life is there. We even have people who are into high-end fermentation, making drugs and things like that, and plastics, and leading edge world changing stuff.
Yes, socialinnovation.org. This is pretty impressive. Tell us more about that. What do they do, and how did you get involved in that?
I've known about them for 20 years, and and they're a co-working space. And so when I left the nonprofit sector, I needed a place to meet people instead of my home. And so I got a hot desk there, and then you can rent rooms as you need them to meet people. And then they had a community animator program where if you volunteer 7 hours a week, sweat equity, you get 24/7, 365 access to the resources. And so I took that. And I find it's a great community. We have all sorts of people who are really in a global focus, helping people, all different kinds of technologies, all different kinds of activities, education, you name it. Oh, and it's a great place to rub shoulders and do things. And so that's where I'm using my lead magnets, which is some of my AI programs. And we've started an AI tinkerers club called AI Curious. And so I've become a person who helps with that and leads that. So it's to me, the co-working space is a great way to get out of being stuck at home and stuck behind a screen.
Wow. I love this. Tell us about, like, this is very, very cool. Like, Canadians and Australians have got a lot in common. We're both members of the Commonwealth. You know, we speak English. We see the world very similarly. But we are brothers, really, because we see the world very similarly. Is there any way that we can do shows together? And is there any programs that that I could get involved in that could help? Because I'm very, very fascinated by this. This is very cool.
There may be, we're very high tech. A lot of the people that work out of the center are, globally connected in real time through all, we have all the technologies there. There may be a way to do that. And certainly, I think being agents of goodwill in the world, it's going to be, it's the time. Because people are so frightened and so disappointed, depressed by what's going on in the world. If you can actually make a difference, a tangible difference in people's lives, and build their trust in themselves and build their trust in how they can interact with the world, then I think the world's your oyster, literally.
Well, it quite literally is, because I've been doing some polls, and I'll send you these, and I'll send them round for people on the call. I noticed that 8 p.m. is a very popular time, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. 8 p.m. is a very popular time between Mondays and Thursdays, because there's typically nothing much on TV, and it's much cooler to join in with the group vibe than just to watch TV or to be on your own. And 8 p.m. Eastern for you is 10 a.m. for us the next day, right? So what's happening now is that a lot of my shows that are at 10 a.m. my time can attract Canadians and Americans and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, because they're up and about and they don't really want to sit in front of a screen, as you said. Would you agree with that 8 p.m. is a sort of a bit of a power time for people now?
Absolutely. And I find, doing the kind of work that I do, that being available at that hour is, I get to talk to people who are doing career shifts. They're working 9 to 5, but they really are trying to get a traction on their career, that sort of thing. And so 8 p.m. and then Saturdays, there's also a good time as well. So,
yeah. Well, let me bring Bez in. This is a very cool lead, mate. I know we dance around a lot. You often come in late, but my friend Jim, who lives in Toronto, now spends quite a lot of time at socialinnovation.org. I'll send you this list. This is exactly what we talk about. So, Jim, can you tell us a little bit about that? Give Bez some goss on what the Social Innovation Project's about, because Bez is very heavily involved in Rotary and a very strong global citizen. I think you'll love this.
The people that created it 20 years ago were people that were in the major consulting houses, and a lot of the major banks and consulting houses want to be involved with the community. And so what they decided was to create a co-working space where people who were doing good in the community that needed funders and support could co-work and share resources. And so now we're 2,000 members strong. We have 2 locations downtown Toronto, and we have about 500 people that are in the buildings co-working with each other. And it's a great way. A lot of the times they're solopreneurs, or they're members of organizations that need a casual office, and so they'll set up their worker there, and it's a great way to rub shoulders and build community, and it's an inspirational place to be. So I enjoy it. They have a wonderful listserv and newsserv that is very, very active. And again, that's the 2,000 subscribers that yeah.
And
so that's about it in a nutshell.
In Toronto, or is it only Canada-wide? Do you have something in Vancouver or Calgary or Edmonton, or are you going further afield, or is this something that's very Torontarian?
Well, we're part of a pan-Canadian network of social enterprise co-working spaces. We used to have a New York office, but that got closed during the pandemic. So we were in Toronto and New York. Now we're just Toronto where we started. But so you can get a passport if you're traveling across Canada and co-work in any of the major cities because there's similar organizations across the country.
Now, let me pick up on this, Bez, and we'll have a really good chat about this. This is not what we originally talked about, but the conversation is going very deep. And we, both Jim and I, believe that email is dead. You can come in and tell us the exact opposite if you want, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So socialinnovation.org is a co-working space. Now, we have them here as well, Jim. And the power of a co-working space is rather than paying $200 a week to rent an office, which you go to one day a week, you can pay in this case an hourly rate, or you can hire it for the month. But you don't have to have all those associated costs with having an office. But what you're saying there is even better than that. Like, not only do you rent an office and be by yourself, everyone in the room is on the same page. Everyone in the room is working towards the same goal. This is very, very cool. I'm definitely doing more research on this and seeing whether this is a trend in other cities like Vancouver or San Francisco or Melbourne or Sydney or Atlanta. Have you heard of this idea, Bez, of the co-working and this sort of collaboration space where everyone gets together and for a common goal? Have you got those there?
With that twist, I have not. The closest thing that I can think of here in the United States when I was just listening and taking notes was what they call B Corps, or it's these corporations that are there's only about 10,000 of them here in the United States, and they have the same mission. Their businesses for good, doing good in the community. So they have and then they have some requirements behind them in order to become a social enterprise, or what we call a B corporation. But it's fascinating just what I'm listening to, co-working with for a common cause, like a social cause. And the closest it reminds me of within Rotary is that we have evolved to clubs that are cross-border, cross boundaries, because in Rotary you've got clubs, districts, zones, and everybody's territorial. But ever since the pandemic, we've loosened that up, and now they have what we call cause-based clubs. So I know of one in California that's around mental health, right? I know some that are around peace, and they meet up online, and have their meetings. But to co-work, that's really fascinating, because probably a lot of innovation ideas and actual projects come out of, hey, you're in a common space working for a common cause. And it's fascinating that you have 2,000 people. I'm like, wow, that's pretty.
It's very, very cool, because and I'll bring you in a minute, Doug, if you could add.
Hello?
Keith, we just lost you.
Yeah, I can't see. The only avatar I see is Keith's and mine. Do you guys are you guys incognito or something? I can't see you guys.
My avatar is the office with the desk. I don't have my my photo up. I don't have an avatar, so that's coming off of my computer. That's fine.
I see. Okay.
So the whole idea of co-working is, it's cross-fertilization and inspiration across the back fence, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have rituals, like today it's in food, and we have a salad club.
Okay.
and we feed 50 people, and we have 5 people that work in the kitchen, and it's kind of like kitchen improv, and I'm one of the
Ah,
kitchen volunteers, and it's a lot of fun. It's like it's building a community of goodwill, and I think that's what people are craving right now, a lot of it, because there's so much discouragement going on at so many levels. But building communities, intentional communities of goodwill that co-work together, doing good in the world. Yeah, it's a brilliant idea, and they've been doing it for 20 years.
wow, that's amazing. I'm sort of a accidental community builder, even though I don't know if you can say accidental because really a lot of what we do every day, communities form out of that. You go Little League, that's a community. There's so much what we do that becomes a community, and some do it good, some do it better, some do it not so good. And if you look up the word community on Amazon to see how many books, I think there's over 80,000 books written about communities, and yet they have been around since the dawn of time, and people are still trying to figure them out. But you mentioned a term, over the back fence, and I
Yeah,
remember a time before cell phones, and my mom knew where I was, even if she had her network. I don't know what kind of network it is, but I feared the network.
that's right. That's right. Well, the size of our neighborhoods are expanding to global, but we
Mhm.
are neighborhood people. I mean, we are communal people,
Yeah.
as human beings, and we still need the high touch, even though we have all this cool high tech stuff. We need the high touch. So the trick is, and you can go to AI and have that discussion with it if you want. I
Mhm.
did that. Look, I went to the AI and said, okay, what's the role of the career coach post the Great Disruption? And again,
Mhm.
it's all the high touch and partnering with the tech. And so the question is now, partnering with the tech, how do we keep open up lines of communication that are reliable and trusted, that can reach an audience sufficient for ourselves? And earlier, and then we were talking about LinkedIn is probably the DM system, and LinkedIn is probably the InMail is probably one of the most remaining well trusted ones. A lot
Mm.
of the social medias like X and all those sorts of things are becoming quite contaminated over time and unreliable. So
Right. Well, you mentioned the desire to of touch, and you know um and communing with people. It is so it's so who we are, right?
right.
That that's I mean, if you I don't know if you've seen the latest Blue Zone documentary that came out about a year ago and I believe it's still on Netflix, and it's called Blue Zones.
Okay.
And they talk about, like he said at the beginning, Daniel Butner, he said, there's no silver bullet, but we have found a few trends. And one of them is that the people who live a long life actually also they have these friendships, and they check in on each other, play with each other, do go to church with each other, the synagogue or the mosque, whatever you do. They do a lot of stuff together. They commune, they break bread, they do stuff
Hmm.
together, and that is one of the through lines for living a long life. Um, Another one I found fascinating that's sort of similar was that 20 years before this, when they did the study, they found 5 blue zones, right? But when they went around this time, they found a 6th blue zone that actually was being manufactured since the 1950s, because most of these blue zones have been around for a long time, at least 100 years, or if not longer. But and it was Singapore. And it was fascinating. They did it through public policy and what they call nudges. But one of the most important nudges they did is that they incentivize you or your parent to either live with each other or live close by in the latter years of your life. They didn't want, they wanted you to live either with them or nearby so you could check in on them and be family, commune. They found that longevity through that nudge increased, but more importantly for them, for the coffers, that they found that it really, because as you get older, you become a bigger drag on the healthcare system in the tune of billions of dollars. They found that it actually was beneficial to incentivize monetarily children or elderly to live together, live near each other, because it offset the cost of the health system, because people weren't, as you got older, you weren't into hospital as much because you're being taken care of by your children. So,
Right.
yeah. So
Yeah, it's
fascinating.
we are community-based people, and hard times bring us back to community. And so in hard times that we're heading into, it's I think there's an opportunity for real true community building service and those sorts of high touch, high service, high benefit activities, whatever those are. And
Right.
partnering with AI tools and creating AI tools along the way is one of those things.
hmm
And that's what I've ended up doing the last 3 months, is making a lot of custom GPTs. I've got 50 of them. You know? So I
Wow.
became the accidental GPT programmer, but it's exciting to create interactive tools, and the service is quite good. So the question is now to be the human in the middle of this, and how to market that and how to develop that is what I'm working on.
Well, that's wonderful, Jim. I think we have somebody by the name of Doug. Doug, introduce yourself. Your last name reminds me of a Minnesota Twins catcher or first baseman. So back, a few years back. So, yes, love to know a little more about you.
Sure. Yeah, that catcher. Yeah, that's my cousin Justin.
That's your cousin?
Yeah, it's my first cousin. Yeah.
Really? So what was it? The first name of your cousin? I'm trying to remember.
Justin, number 33.
Oh yes, he was a great player, by the way. So
Yeah,
that's
he did all right.
he did all right. He transitioned to first base eventually, right?
No, he played first base. Joe Mauer played catcher for them.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, good. So
Yeah, and then the joke is the reason he became a good hitter was because he was a slow runner. So my uncle told him you either have to run faster or hit further.
that's awesome. What brings you here? Introduce yourself. I'm Keith probably knows you, but I'm I sort of came late to the party. I just joined, so maybe you've been here and I'm the one that needs to introduce myself.
No, I was just listening. Yeah, I've known Keith for a long time. I had Keith on my podcast years ago. I've done a lot of stuff in the email space, so I was just curious to see kind of where he's at and what his thinking was. So I've just enjoyed listening to you guys talking about, where you're at, what you're using for lead gen and prospecting, and, what you kind of think the state of email is.
Well, I'm glad you're. Last night I was having a private conversation with him, and he's not a big fan of email, and I was like telling him, but man, the people that have email lists, they're doing all right. And I told him, by the way, Keith, I'm taking Amy Porterfield's Subscribed. I'm gonna learn how to get my first 100 emails. So, I mean, I probably could grab people, but do it the right way, and comply with the law. So, but yeah, I'm all ears. I'll probably learn a thing or two from you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Well,
We can
still
hear you now,
Canada.
Keith.
Yeah, I went to a conference last year.
Yeah,
Um,
Keith, go
this
ahead,
is-
Doug.
This is really cool, Bez. Jim, who's in Toronto, has 18,000 unread emails, so much so he never checks it anymore. Right. So Jim and I are in email is 20th century, doesn't work, can't stand it, hate it. What's next? You and Doug
Love it.
are
I love
saying we love
I
it.
love
It
that.
works. So Doug, tell us, why is
I
it?
love your
What are
your
we doing
position.
wrong? What are we doing wrong?
You're not doing anything wrong. I love your position. Pick your platform and that works for you and let it go. And there is no one solution. I still like email only because it works. I was at a conference in New York last year, the first ever in history email newsletter conference. I said to my wife, this would be interesting. I went down as one of their VIP guests. Old guy in the room with the gray hair around a bunch of younger folks that think they've discovered fire. And that's exactly what the conference was. They had speakers there from Bloomberg and all sorts of big companies there, New York Times, talking about newsletters and all the big exits with Intuit and QuickBooks, buying The Hustle and Industrial Dive selling for $75 million and all these people. And there were people from Germany and all over the world that flew in for the 2-day conference to learn how to build an email newsletter because people are building them as a business and selling them, or they're selling advertising in them. And they're just the second annual conference is this week or next week in New York. So yeah, email's still there. It's one of the tools that we use. I like it because it works. When it stops working, I just stop using it.
Well, Doug, I'm trying to. I want to do well in it because in November I made my first dollar online, and because someone came to me and said, "You're gonna,"
Hooray!
huh?
Good for you. That's awesome.
I know, and it was accidental. Someone came to me and said, "You're going to be my career coach," and I was like, "I am." And I was like, "Okay, here's my program." I actually was ready at this time. I had my program at a glance, and I could articulate a price, and I swallowed hard, and they said, "Okay," and I was like, "Okay, you're gonna build it with me. It's gonna be dirty, but we're gonna make it happen. That's okay." And when they said, "Why are you surprised, Bess?" I was like, "Oh, I mean, you said you were starting a career coaching thing, and so here I am." And what I told her later is that somebody a year before had asked me this same thing, and I had a Zoom call with them, and then I just froze. I didn't even follow up. So here I am since 2016, buying courses, doing coaching of how to figure out this online thing. And it takes me, 8 years to finally make $1. I think I'm a turtle. So.
But it's working and it's great. I'm just going to check on something here. I think Keith has rebooted and somehow he's in a different universe. Let me just double check
Yeah,
something.
let me
here.
see his chat. What's going on? That's okay. We can say all sorts of things like he owes us the winning lotto ticket. What else? Yeah.
Right? Anyway, I've got to jet. I'm gonna bail, and it's been great talking to
right.
y'all. And I'm gonna check out before I completely abandon email. I've just signed up for MailChimp, and I'm going to see work on newsletters, and maybe even a LinkedIn newsletter as well. So if newsletters your thing, maybe the LinkedIn platform, if you've got enough people out there, like I have 4,000
I got about 17,000, but I'm a recruiter. I should be okay. So Jim, I want to look you up on LinkedIn. Is Jim? What's the last name?
Woodbridge.
Uh,
Woodbridge.
Okay, I just added two D's to the Woodbridge because of my sticky fingers. Okay, I think I'm connected with you.
Yeah. Great. Drop me a DM and we'll talk. That'd be great. Love to pick your brain.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Where do I know you from? Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, we're connected. Let me see if I've sent you a message before. Yeah, we've messaged before. Oh yes. Okay, I remember because you shared some insights. This was back in 2023. You shared something
Okay.
on one of his LinkedIn audio. We were doing LinkedIn audio back then, and you shared some
Sure.
insights I thought were pretty cool, and I said something, and you responded. So hey, we started the conversation in 2023. I hope it's not another 8 years till we talk again.
Okay. So DM me tonight and then we'll
I'll
yeah,
send
it's
you a
great.
message, and
We'll
have a
connect
wonderful
and
evening.
I
Hey.
will. You too, my friend.
All right, folks. This is wonderful. I'm here by myself. I don't have a problem talking. I can talk all day long, all night long. So what are we going to talk about? Any questions from the audience? Tonight is audience. What do you call it? The audience choice. Whatever you want to talk about, put it in the chat, and we'll start to talk about it. If you can come up here, do so. Got to be careful about sharing that link, but yeah. While we're waiting for Keith, let me see where he's at. Do want to share with you that we were talking about. I was making my first dollar online in November of 2024, and that was interesting journey. In January, I decided to do a 10-week career sprint, and I don't know why, but I did it. It was complimentary or free, whatever you want to call it, and it took a lot out of me. It was very intense because I came prepared every day. It was Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And we had, like I said, Monday through Friday. And we just did that for 10 weeks. I feel like my blood was sucked out of me, but I learned a lot and had a great time. Hey, Keith, welcome back to my show. We were telling everybody that you had promised to give us the winning lotto ticket. So that's all you
it
owe
is
us.
tomorrow. But Doug and Jim had to go, or they used.
Yes, Jim had to go. Doug had to go, but we talked with him for a little bit, and then so I was while I was waiting for you to get teleported in. You know me, I can talk all night long.
Oh, that's bingo! You are, mate. You are my best wig man because, look, I'm not sure about this format. My gut feeling is the internet in Australia is not fast enough for me to do this show anymore, and that would be such a shame. I'm going to research what I can do to speed up my internet and, more importantly, make it more reliable. I'll have to call my provider, maybe go up a notch, but we've consistently had problems with this format, and that is such a shame, isn't it? Such a shame.
Well, call your provider. And here's what happened to me the other day. I live in a rural area and I pay a lot. I pay double what normally people in a metropolitan area would pay for the type of speed I have, which was 250 megs. So, and about 20, 30 upstream. So I saw a little flyer come into my house, and my wife just puts everything in the trash, and I found it in the trash. And it said like for a ridiculous low amount, I could get even more speed. So I called them up and I say, hey, let's talk. And I said, I got this flyer and I've been a good customer and I'm paying $150 a month. What say you give me double the speed and reduce my price? And the lady says, I can do that. We'll make it $90.
Oh,
And I was like, sold. You're gonna give me twice the speed and reduce my cost by $60. Sign me up all day long. And so they did. So I'm gonna eventually. But here's what I found out, Keith. I asked them, okay, my router's a few years old. I also lease these repeaters from you because I don't have my house wired, so I need to have the Wi-Fi signal go around the corner. So they said, hey, Bez, we'll pick up those things you lease, and we'll you don't need to lease them because this setup comes with an extra repeater with like a base station stuff. So I was like, hey, this is great. Hey, I saw Lachelle, America's Supermom. Yeah, good to see you, America's Supermom. She's a wonderful person, Lachelle. Why don't you come into the show if you can? Tell us what you're up to.
Yeah, that'd be great. Mate, you saved the show. I was unable to keep the show going. I actually had to do a really cold boot. Like I just turned everything off. I had to turn everything off, take a deep breath and turn everything back on again. And hopefully I'll get another hour out of the system. But I will do more research about whether it's poor internet or whatever. But are you saying you're getting 250 megabytes there for $90 a month?
Now they said I've got 500 now, so I'm gonna test it. But they turned it on yesterday, so supposedly I'm getting more. But they said that they're gonna give me a brand new router that is a lot better, a lot faster. So that's about it. So I'm looking forward.
They say the loudest axle gets the grease. Yeah,
that's right. I am going to send Lachelle a link. Do you mind if I send?
No, that's good. I'll regroup. What we're talking about today, and Bez was such a great wingman for me. Are you getting my emails? I'm taking the position that email marketing does not work, and we are discussing what's next. I don't believe email is a thing. It hasn't worked for me. It's never worked for me. So maybe I've always been doing it wrong. If you've got any questions about that, I would love to hear your thoughts. If you want to see how I do it or don't do it, you can go to Where is Keith Today, and there's no image there to support that. I'm also going to talk about my autoresponder series and about marketing funnels. And for some reason, it's not picking up the images. But Bez, while we're waiting for Lachelle, you are taking the other position, which is very cool because we now have both opinions. Did you indeed go to the event with Amy Porterfield, or are you planning to go? What was the?
No. It's all week long, and I show up. She shows up for about 45 minutes and pours into us. So I went yesterday and I went today, and it's online, and I paid like $37 to attend. It's like a boot camp, but she does this once a year. It's called Subscribed, and she helps you. What she's trying to do here. She's not worried about the experienced person. She's worried about the one that hasn't done it yet, and she helps you get your first 100 subscribers. So today we learned a lot about. In fact, I'll pull it up. Today was about building the first funnel. How basically to set up your list building funnel and welcome sequence. So that's what she went, and she had this a really nice PDF with everything, so you can take notes. But pretty much all the notes are there, and they tell you what to do. She's a big supporter of Kit, so she even tells you how to get Kit, and it's free. And she says there's templates there. Go to this link. You're going to use these templates. You're going to build your first opt-in page. Blah blah blah. Everything's there. And so I'm loving it, you know. So I'm going to try to get my first 100 subscribers because I believe that you I don't want to manually send emails because that's not legally compliant. You have to do it through these what they called ESP, email service providers, you know, like Aweber, Kit that used to be ConvertKit, and Mailchimp, and all. There's a whole bunch of them out there. Uh, so yeah, Twilio bought SendGrid. SendGrid had a free service that was pretty robust. But
Well, tell us
Kit has a
about Kit.
robust feature too.
Tell us about Kit. This is pretty cool.
Kit is used to be ConvertKit, but what I like about it is I think they let you send supposedly unlimited emails to 10,000 up to 10,000 subscribers. The only caveat, it only has one trigger or one automation, you
Like
know.
the free
So
one. Yeah.
yes.
Let's pick up. This is very, 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 very cool. And hello, Lachelle. We're talking about email marketing, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But tell us about the funnel. This is the most important part. So, how is Amy Porterfield and indeed everyone else recommending you get those first 1,000 followers? This is not difficult. We just have to do it. How
Right.
do you, what lead magnet is she recommending? Is it an ebook? Is it how does she do it? A newsletter? What does she recommend?
Okay, there's and that's what we talked about. So first of all, she says you gotta you have to develop your opt-in page, right? And then she talked about but you're talking about what is the lead magnet. So let me I'm looking. So she made a few recommendations. She actually made that recommendation yesterday. And in there, the lead magnets, here are some, she went, how to develop your topic and blah blah blah. But then she said there's four main types of lead magnets. There's a cheat sheet, there's a checklist, there's a guide, and there's audio or video training. So those were the main ones she talked about, and that's the one she was focused on.
Let's read those out again. Checklist.
So
Checklist.
yeah, it doesn't matter what order: cheat sheet, checklist, guide, and audio video training. So a cheat sheet is a cheat sheet that offers steps, examples, and images to help illustrate a strategy. Like she says, my motto with lead magnets is to make them incredibly easy to get them to the finish line. A cheat sheet is easy to skim and does just that. So that was her example. A checklist is a great way for your students to keep track of their progress and make sure they aren't skipping any necessary steps or action items in the process, right? A guide is more robust than a checklist or cheat sheet and provides off the charts value for your audience. They say it often includes like a roadmap for your audience to follow, as well as stories and examples to bring the lessons to life. The fourth one, where she talks about audio and video training, she goes, an audio or video training is a powerful way to let your audience experience your teaching style firsthand. And it's especially effective when your topic is easier to show or explained out loud than to write about it. She goes, those trainings are typically short and sweet in around 5 to 10 minutes. So there you go. That's what it is.
This is very,
And
very
we
good.
have Lachelle here.
Yeah, but how do you do it, Lachelle? Tell us what you're thinking. Do you have a lead magnet? Do you have an email list? How do you do your email marketing, and does it work for you?
Well, thank you so much for having me, Keith and Bez. Thanks for inviting me to the stage. Really, to be honest, my lead magnet started as simply in interviewing people on my podcast. The podcast itself was the lead magnet, and still today, I don't do a lot of interviews, but I really built up my network simply from having a podcast. Now I'm into TV and other projects, but that really has sustained me by simply
And do you
doing that. So I'm loving these
have an
ideas,
email
though.
list? Do you
They're
have an
great.
email list?
Yes, I have an email list, and really, for me, that's the best way for me to get clients
Well,
is
let's
through email.
let's start.
I do have people that reach out to me directly, but it's basically I nurture all of my connections. I stay in contact with them um, through several different communities, whether it's LinkedIn or Clubhouse or Facebook, because I think even if you have a list, it's about staying top of mind. We can just be sending emails to people, but I love that funnel example because it's about, you designing the roadmap or the customer journey that you want people to participate in order for you to grow your business
Yeah.
or your
And do you
brand.
think those numbers are right? Like for every 1,000 people that sign up, maybe 100 people get a little bit interested and maybe 10 people buy. Is that an accurate number, do you think?
Well, I think it depends on where you get your leads from. For me, every time that I encounter an event or, like this, for example, a lot of people will be on an online presentation and they don't follow up, right? They don't go through the comments and see who was engaged and simply thanking them for coming or asking them what their takeaways were. So I think it's all about your choice on how engaged you're going to be in some of these different areas to where you can really make that funnel more strategic. So, yes, you could be getting a lot of leads, but there's a way that you can kind of filter and qualify them before they get into the big pool, if that makes sense. I think we spend a lot of time going through and finding out, oh, this person is just not a good fit for me. And in some ways, that's wasting time and
Yeah.
energy. So I think it's about really being strategic.
We've actually been going quite a few hours, and we were chatting to some people in Canada. One person in Toronto said that he's got 18,000 newsletters in his inbox, and he stopped reading his emails because they're just coming too much. Like he's getting too much email, and for him, he uses SMS. And I'm just wondering, have either of you talked
Mm.
about the idea of SMS as a strategy for
Ooh,
what do you think?
this is a great topic.
Okay.
As a recruiter, I've tested a lot of modalities. Um, because at the end of the day, you as a recruiter, you need to figure out what activity converts the best. And I've taken these same statistics and testing and me calling my recruiter friends, looking at statistics cross industry wide, and I've taken it to the people that I do some career coaching, and I said, look, the number one converting thing you could do, and I've got the top three, but the number one is still the phone. The phone still reigns supreme. If you want to convert, that's your most likely way to do it, on the phone. The second is SMS, and the third is email. These are rock solid ways to convert. And there's a little, from a recruiting standpoint, but probably from an outreach standpoint, probably not a bad strategy. But the LinkedIn messages, they're the worst performing. I can run a campaign and send out 1,000 LinkedIn messages. I might get one or two that even respond. It's horrible. It's not even worth your time to even do them. But phone, number one, SMS, number two, number three is email. These are the three top rock solid things you can do if you want to convert.
I agree with that.
Let's have that chat. That's wow.
Yeah,
It's just amazing.
I agree because and I would say even about the campaign on LinkedIn, what happens is everybody is not active on LinkedIn at the same time to the same measure. So, when I meet people, I used to get their social media handles, but now I get their phone number. I take a picture with them and say, hey, what's your number? I can share the picture with you. So I can text them because people just do not, they get overwhelmed. One day they may be on the platform and then they're off for 2 or 3 days, or, they're bouncing around from different places. And um, for me, having their access to their phone is the best way. And they read it every day. I mean, people are checking their text messages. So I agree with that approach.
That's actually a very good tip. I'm gonna steal that from you. Hey, let me take a picture with you. Oh, by the way, let me text it to you. What's your phone number?
Oh,
That's
man.
Exactly.
That
It
is
works every time,
sly.
y'all.
Take a selfie,
works
send a
every time.
text. Take a selfie, send a text. That is a
Yes.
rock solid strategy, isn't it?
That's sly
Mhm.
fox stuff. That's Lachelle is a master.
That's a genius. That's genius, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. What we got Doug here. What does he think? Are we okay with our statistics of what converts? An email at number 3 for me means they're rock solid. There's so many modalities to do outreach and convert. And when I say email, SMS, and phone, obviously, let me share something with you, because I think the phone is so powerful that AI is now doing the phone calling. My wife got interviewed by an AI. Like, I'm not joking, folks. She got interviewed. She's in utilization management, referral authorization. She works with um, insurances, right? And her first interview was an AI. She passed it, and she actually got an interview with real humans. But see this AI that's making a phone call and then asking for an interview and doing the phone call via voice. Like, they're on to something. They're saying, okay. And I like email too, because I tell people, hey, let email be your forerunner. Then the next day, text or call them. Now you're top of mind, like, especially if you're doing outreach. But Doug, what do you think? I mean, are we off on our numbers or statistics? What do you think of the 1, 2, 3 we have? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, I found that 1 + 1 = 3. So when we ran large campaigns, we would run them with email, paid social, and then direct mail. And now what we do is we'll take the email list that we're mailing, and we'll run remarketing and retargeting ads just to that list. So for example, you could download your LinkedIn list, just the people you want to talk to, and it can be a very small audience. And for $5 or $10 a day, every website they go on, they can see your ad. And then it's not a shock when your email shows up or your text message shows up.
Wow.
We've had clients that have got their entire ROI just on the remarketing side before they even sent a single email.
Wow.
I've got a buddy of mine that's in the AI development space, and they're just developing AI agents to reach out to your SMS list and create a dialogue, like have an entire conversation about you and or your brand using AI and text that's responsive. You can tell it where it's allowed to get its answers from. Like, we're just putting an agent like that on our website. So you can go do a search, and we've set up the AI tool to only allow it to pull information from our health and wellness site or a few other highly recognized authoritative sites. So yeah, it's everywhere. We just try lots of stuff. But to your point, yep. I find with LinkedIn, people do a very, very bad job of outreach. I blew up my LinkedIn by accident. I was having a bit of an ego war with a buddy of mine who could grow their LinkedIn the largest, the fastest. And I got up to just about 25,000, which in hindsight was kind of a stupid move, because of course I can't carry on a conversation with 25,000 people. But what I find is that I get all these pitches, and I don't mind getting pitches. I understand business. I have to pitch people too, right? If I can help them, I can serve them. I owe it to them to present. But people, I think they're hiring low cost employees to do it because they're not paying attention. Like I've had one saying, "Hey, seeing as you're a doctor, we've looked at your profile," or "Seeing as you're a lawyer." I got another one today, seeing that you're a children's book author. It's like, if you look at my LinkedIn profile, none of those things are true. So somebody's just cut and pasting and they're not paying attention. So that's number one mistake on LinkedIn. Like, if you're going to tell me that you've looked at my profile, at least, to continue the lie, at least know what I do. So, I might read it a bit deeper. Number two, just because I don't respond, that is the same, probably the same with you guys. We're all busy, we're running a business, and our first priority in our business are our existing clients. Don't be sending me, "Oh, you haven't responded, so go away," or "I'm bumping this to the top." Like, be more creative. I heard you guys talking earlier. Add something of value. You can see where I went to school. I heard somebody on earlier talking about Rotary. I was involved in Rotary. I was the PR manager for District 50/50, which is Canada, the US. So, if you're going to customize and have a conversation with me on LinkedIn, then spend a few minutes to do that. We do that with cold email outreach, where we can actually pull your position description down and send a custom avatar message based on what you do and some historical facts that you've shared on LinkedIn. And the email doesn't go out until we've manually put that in. So we're not just blasting, we're actually taking the time to look at who is it we want to talk to. And first of all, are they the right person? If they're not, let's not email them at all. But to your point, yeah, I would use all of them. All the tools are available, so why not use them?
They're amazing.
I love you gave us the latest and greatest, because I love to. Here's the thing. It's a constant testing. Like you talked about testing, and I believe in that. It's like, we don't come to, in me as a recruiter, I don't come to this, can't even talk, but I don't say that 1, 2, and 3 because I rolled out of bed. It's 1, 2, and 3 because I smoked a cigar and I and I tested it out. So and I compared my findings with my other colleagues, who are recruiters. I compared statistics out there in the industry, like, hey, are we just an anomaly, or is the rest? But the industry is changing. When AI is now doing the outreach, I'm like, whoa. Now, see, because it's hard to do outreach with phone at scale. That's why I used to say, hey, use your email as a forerunner, or even if you've got some type of automation with SMS, then by the time you get, but right now, imagine doing these agents. Can you talk about the agents, how you're constructing them, and what tools you're using? Because I find this very fascinating. Keith, I don't know if I'm off topic, but
this is good. What AI agents are you using? This is very good as it relates to and please, let's all have a group discussion about this. We were chatting about Perplexity and Pi, and that. Me personally, I don't wait for you to send me a text. I search for things I want. I'm not waiting for you to send me a deal and I go, wow, 10% off pizzas today. I'm having a pizza. I know what I want and I'm looking for it. So I'm a flip side. I'm not a reactive buyer. I know what I want. I'm looking for it. But let's have a look. Let's have a chat about what AI agents are we using. This is a fascinating topic. And Doug, you go first. What AI agents are you using and how are you using them?
Most of the time I'm on ChatGPT, the paid version. I've got paid version for myself and my staff. I took a course about 3 years ago that Digital Marketer put on. As far as I know, it was one of the first business AI courses. And so I guess what I would say to you, I mean, only half joking, is what don't I use AI for? So, we're in the middle of an election in Canada. And so I could pose questions like, based on what you know about the two front-running candidates, what effect are they likely to have on the forestry industry? So I can use it for deep research. I use it a lot for writing and quoting and editing. But I don't, the key with AI, I try to tell people is, first of all, you should be a subject matter expert on the topic you're asking AI to help you with. So you have a bit of the bullshit meter, you know if it's truthful. I always ask for citations so I can verify the sources that it's used, and I share those. I actually put an AI policy on my website last year that says this is how we use AI, this is how we look at plagiarism, this is how we follow a code of ethics for creating content. So people, I just want to be right up front and say, yeah, we use it and this is how we use it. But it's like I treat AI and AI agents like I would treat an employee. So respectfully, plenty of directions, ask lots of questions, and I'm not expecting them to get it right the first time. Right now, I'm using it for producing a fair bit of content, but we're using some very sophisticated tools that are AI agents. So the agent basically is you take all of your street knowledge that you've got around recruiting, all of your systems and processes that you've got, and you train a proprietary agent that is yours, that basically replaces you. It can do what you do and answer questions that you can answer. So when somebody needs to put together a piece of content, answer a question, wants to do some research, the agent's acting as a recruiter. So we have agents that will write multi-step emails. We have agents that are nutrition specialists. We have agents that are realtors. So, you know, they've been trained on specific subject matter expert by subject matter experts, like real people that have put all these systems and processes in place. And then I use it for testing. So I can create a piece of content, maybe a landing page. And my favorite style of writing comes from a direct mail copywriter named Dan Kennedy. And it's called the PASS framework. So problem, agitate, solve. The problem you're having by not responding to my email is that I'm going to send an email to your buddy who will accept my job offer and get the job of his dreams. So, you know, where's the problem? Agitate the problem. The solution is call me today. And then, so I can take the PASS framework and I can say, okay, now let's try the other 4 or 5 major sales frameworks. So create one piece of content that's really good and then have AI write it in a different style or different voice. Write it acting like Gary Halbert as a direct response copywriter, acting like Gary Vaynerchuk, acting like, and fill in the blanks. And now I can have 3 or 4 or 5 different sets of copy for a landing page, and I can run my ads or my lead generation to those pages and see what framework is most responsive and converts the best. But it didn't take weeks and $10,000 in copywriting to do it. It took an afternoon.
Just have some ideas here, Lachelle. This is a little bit this is beyond my pay grade. I'm not even sure I understand what we're talking about, but this is pretty interesting stuff.
He really dropped some gems right there. I really love that. I love the part about, you know, creating it with the different voices or, you know, personalities and then testing that. I mean, that just really, like you said, my mind was blown with that because, again, you know, it goes back to our intention. If we are clear what it is that we want to accomplish, you know, these AI agents could give us the shortest way to accomplish that. So I think I'm just blown away. I'm over here taking lots of notes. I thought that was powerful.
But also speak in people's voice. Like there's tools. There's a tool on LinkedIn. I think it's called Crystal. And Crystal will tell you what the personality profile of your connections are. So you could pull up my LinkedIn profile and it would tell you what my personality style is. So whether I'm an A, B, or C, or D, or whatever the personality styles are. And so if you've been in business long enough or in a community association, you know that everybody's got a different, default personality style. Well, if you know that, especially if you can get it from LinkedIn for free using a tool like Crystal, why wouldn't you write your content based on that PSI? So it's like, okay, so this is my offer, but I have 4 different personality styles that I'm connecting. this person is an type A personality, a driver who wants to see a big bold headline, bullet points, and wants to go right to the PS to the offer. Well, this person is an analytical. They're going to ask 500 questions. And not that either one of those is right or wrong, but that's their personality style. So let's shift our personality style to talk to them in a way that's easier for them.
Okay, wait a second. I'm a recruiter. I've used LinkedIn for ages. I was a beta tester of LinkedIn Recruiter, and I've never heard of what you said. Who's Crystal, and how do I get a date with her?
It's Crystal Knows, isn't it? crystalknows.com. I just Googled it.
No.
crystalknows.com.
Wait, but you're saying it's part of LinkedIn. Explain to me. This is blowing my mind.
Yeah, you can attach it to your LinkedIn. So when you look at a profile, it will go through based on the data that LinkedIn has on you, and it can create a personality profile, what your primary style is. And if you've done Myers-Briggs or any of those that have been out there for ages, you'll understand the 4 basic styles. And for me, it's very hard to style shift. Unfortunately, I'm like a train that's one set of tracks that go one direction. But we did it as a family. My kids were all in different leadership roles. We all did the personality style, how to relate to each other. So if there's a problem, there's a conflict, what's your default? Mine is, if things get tough, I just put in more effort. And I'll keep doubling down, and that's my personality style. We have other family members who, if something goes wrong at their job, they will retreat, right? So you get all this information basically from the Crystal plugin to your LinkedIn, and then when you create your marketing material, you create one set of marketing materials, and then I would tell ChatGPT, hey ChatGPT, I'm using a tool. I'd tell it, this is probably what I'd say. I am a recruiter. I'm using LinkedIn for outreach. My objective is X. The type of people I'm talking to are whatever, fill in the demographics, psychographics. I'm using a tool called Crystal that identifies what their primary personality style is. Could you help me, acting like a copywriter, would you help me recreate my outbound message to this person based on that style? And then what you'd end up with is 4 different versions of the same offer, and you send the right version to the right person based on their style. So I'd get that and go, oh, that's cool. I can totally relate. And that shouldn't be a surprise because you sent it to me in the way that I like to receive information.
Okay, so
Love that.
Go ahead.
I mean, that was powerful. I was just saying that's powerful because, we have different learning styles from people. And, this is just, this is great. I'm glad I came on. So go ahead.
No,
Liz.
I'm
you had a
learning
point.
too. This is like a master class. So, you connect. So now what are the pieces? So you got LinkedIn, you've got this Crystal Knows, which is an AI, but how do you deploy it? Do you deploy it through a CRM or what? How do you connect the dots?
No, it shows right up on the LinkedIn page. No, when you look at the profile, it'll show right on your LinkedIn page.
Also straight off your LinkedIn page, and you just manually run it, hey, bam, 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 and just, you got 4 different, personalities, and they get the message they need to hear based on their personality.
Yep.
Well, this is fascinating. You're mentioning an election. So we also here in the United States had one a few months back. But the lead up in,
yeah, we're pretty familiar with
I
it.
know. Don't tell anybody. Anyways, the lead up into that, I got a phone call. Well, first of all, I saw this crazy thing on Facebook, like an AI talking as a salesperson, and it was out there in the wild, right? So that I can't remember the name of it, but that company, I was like, I must have filled out some form. We got on a call, and I was like, man, this is great. They wanted me to buy in, but they wanted me to put $100,000 down, and I was like, I mean, if I can get a political consulting gig, I could definitely find a way to use this. But I don't think people were ready back then. I was like, oh man, this is it. This is it. This is this is how you scale. You can't. There's no other way to scale. You know, because that's a strategy. Is a phone banking, right? So I was like,
Well, and for me, scaling still still email because the
Uh-huh.
volume. So the reason I still like email is it's like anything else. It's a percentage,
Right.
right? It's a numbers game. And so what I've done really well is I find partners that have the ideal email list. So I'll give you a very specific example. There's a magazine that you're maybe familiar with in the US called Fast Company.
mhm.
Fast Company have fanatical readers. They have an email list with a 74% open rate.
Wow.
Okay, so that's probably
Mm.
at least twice as good as everybody else's. Well, they'll sell you an ad in their email list and they'll send it out to 75,000 people. So when we're doing email marketing while we're buying advertising, we're normally buying ads in lists that are 100,000 names or larger. Or if I go to the East Coast, if I go to Florida and I buy an ad in Newsmax list, Newsmax has a subscriber list of 1.1 million names. They will disseminate those emails, will go out within the hour. So there's 1 million people that are going to receive my full page message within an hour. So if they have a 25% open rate, which I think is about their open rate, you got 250,000 people have seen your message. Then the next question is, what's your conversion rate on the email to your landing page and from your landing page to your offer? So yeah, we do email like everybody else. You meet people, you collect business cards, but the permission based is really finding the person who's got your ideal avatar on their list and then getting them to use their reputation, their brand, and their relationship to get your message in front of that person. And they're doing it at scale. And that's why all these email newsletters have now become the new latest trend in the last 2 years. Like I have a client that's got 2 very popular domain names where I live. One's called VancouverIsland.com and one's BritishColumbia.com, which is like our equivalent of your state. I have a tool that collects emails for people who don't sign up from the US that visit these sites that are looking at doing tourism in Canada. And I collect emails at the rate of about 10,000 a day,
Wow.
or 10,000 a month for him.
That's still good.
Let me pick up on this. We've been chatting today about Amy Porterfield's first 100. So, Bez, you and I, me particularly, I've been playing email very low. But imagine what Doug said. This is very powerful. Imagine if you're doing email marketing at the point of, let's not worry about getting our own list. Let's just go and work with someone that has a list. This is a genius. Like, this is so much better than doing all the work yourself. Let's just find a person, a company, an organization, a group, an NGO that has our ideal client as their reader. And then let's get them to promote us to them. That is just genius. That's got to be worth the money, because all that intel that they've gathered would take us years, if even possible, to do. What do you think, Bez? I mean, why bother doing it yourself when you can just go to someone else and they'll do it?
Hey.
Because you got to keep paying them.
Well.
I do both.
Well.
You want to convert them. You want to get them on your list because in other words, you got to keep sending money to the advertiser.
No, I totally get that, but I would I mean, Keith, you bring up a good point. Why reinvent the wheel? Why don't you, like Doug, he leverages, right? He's using the power of leveraging someone else's list and to get them on his list, right? So he doesn't have to pay them, but so he takes that 25 conversion rate where they get on the list or they open the email. What's the next natural ratio, or what's a good, I mean, I think probably what's industry-wide ratio like of opens? Like, walk me down, like, okay, they open, then they convert or whatever. What's industry-wide normal for from the top to the bottom of the funnel?
There is no industry normal, it's industry specific. So you would look at health and wellness, you can look at beauty, you can look at business, you can look at finance, every different sector. If you do some research, I'd just use AI and ask, what are the average open rates for to email lists on these following 10 topics? And it'll tell you. So really, it comes down to, first of all, figure out who's got your ideal customer on their list. Find out how large their list is. Subscribe to their list so you can see what their newsletter looks like. You can see who else is advertising on their list so you can get an idea of who else is doing that. If you see people repeat advertising, they either have endless budgets or it's working, one of the two. And then from there, it's like, okay, I need to craft the subject line. And the subject line is the first part of your sales process. If they don't open it, nothing matters. The second part is they need to somehow engage in the email. And the engagement might be a reply. It might be a sign up for your lead magnet. Like, I've written a health and wellness book that I'm going to release this year. And the first list I'm going to send it to is about 600,000 names. And we're going to do a regular book launch. So launch the book at $30, reduce it to $1, send it out to 600,000 people for $1 with a $30 voucher for free supplements. I think we'll get a good uptake. And that'll probably push the book very quickly into the bestseller category and then drive a bunch of revenue through our supplement site.
Wow.
That
I
is
love
powerful.
it.
That is really good.
By the way, Doug, I connected with you. And I was following you, but I connected. Yeah.
Let's get Bez.
Okay.
You need to interview Doug about this on your show. Tell us about your show. This is a part of your funnel. This is very important. Like, we all have different funnels. Bez has an iHeart Radio show, right? Now, and you would be a fantastic guest for that, Doug. Now, Americo's also on the call, and he would like to come in, but I'm just going to get him to put his thumbnail on. If you could put your thumbnail on, well, I would prefer that, Doug, because I just like to keep that sort of synergy with everyone on the thumbnail. It just looks more even, but we'll do that later. Yep. There it is. We're going to talk a bit about marketing funnels, but Bez, tell us about your funnel as it relates to the show. We've danced around so much here, and I mean, we're almost beyond individuality now. I think we're actually at the point where we're saying, why should we build our own list when there's people that have lists? 75,000 people on the Fast Company list, 74% open rate. Let's just pay them to advertise us. I mean, that just makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm gonna reach out to Doug, because when I launch my show, because I've been recording, and I think the thing about podcast or any show you do, you need to get people to listen to it or download it, right? And I think doing business with a Doug to get to pump people to the front door is a great strategy. I just got to figure out, how much of my arm is Doug gonna take. He's a businessman, and I got to figure out how much of my arm I want to give. So, but I love what he's doing. I mean, he's I looked at his LinkedIn, 37 years. He's an OG. He knows what list to buy, what to do. Shoot, you better believe I'm going to be talking to Doug, figuring out how can we do business. But no, this has been a great conversation. I don't know. Mine's a career show, and definitely would love to get you on there. Love to see how your career has matriculated, and maybe you can share some things that might inspire people to maybe do what you do. You never know.
I'd love to do that. I love podcasting. I would just say that one of the things we did really well with podcasting is I had my EA, I trained her on some of the AI tools, and we repurposed 200 podcast episodes I've done. So they're all transcribed on the website. We created a unique unique plugin for WordPress. If you go to the bottom of my website, it's called our expert contributors. And so we built this little plugin for WordPress that allows an EA to simply fill in some blanks and put up our guest information. So now it's searchable on the website. So you can go search for any topic that we've covered by name, by topic. So you can go look at email, you can look at AI, you can look at social media, you can look at whatever, public speaking, PR. And then I had my graphic guy, we tested some tools. We tested 3 or 4 different AI tools, and we settled on one called Vitalytics for video. And so I have 200 YouTube shorts that are faceless. So we used a variety of faces and voices. And I had my EA take my scripts, my 3,000 word interviews, and transcribe them down to less than a 2-minute video with AI. And then we used the video generated to generate them. And then we haven't got much traction from that. I was looking at my analytics today. We're getting a lot of traction from repurposing our podcasts and repurposing our blog posts into 2 to 5 minute reads on Medium. So Medium is sending lots of referral traffic. So, you know, you've got the podcast, you have audio, or you might have audio and video. And so what we've added to that are YouTube shorts, Flipboard, and Medium. So just take the one piece of content you work so hard to do an interview and edit it, and then put it in as many places as we can so we can meet people where
Let's
they
pick
are.
up on this. I know this is a bit of a pain point, Bez. It's all time. It makes so much sense to repurpose content. What's the sticking point? Is it do we just need to pay someone? Do we need to find some people, or do we need to master this AI? I feel this too. I do these shows. They're bloody great. They've got so much content just sitting there. We don't have time like in the day to do it. What do you think we need to do next, Bez? You and I both feel this idea of repurposing all this great content sitting on our C drive. No one's getting to see it.
Yeah, I need to hire a video editor, audio, sound person to chop it up, edit it, or let an AI do it. You know, and I need to get my systems and process in place. I think that is, bar none, the most important thing I can do, because then I got to figure out, where do I insert the human, right? So that's something I got to figure out. Maybe with the help of Doug or other people out there. But then I think the next thing to do is pour money. I mean, not pour. I mean, I'm just not gonna but put money where it's gonna serve the goal you're trying to reach, right? Because I think a lot of times we don't get strategic, and we don't, okay, what's our goal? Like, you talk to people and they don't even know. You ask them, well, what are you trying to accomplish? They can't articulate it, right? So how can someone like a Doug go help them unless he has to do the strategy for them? If Doug has to do the strategy for them, he's going to charge them a hell of a lot more, right? So
let's have this discussion. This is a very, very, very key piece of information right here. We all do these great shows in whatever format. We're bloggers, we do these podcasts, we have videos. I must have 100 hours sitting on my C drive. Just haven't got time to get to it. What do you do, Lachelle, about repurposing? It's a very key pain point that all of us feel. How do you repurpose your content?
Well, for me, I do my videos usually live, because that just totally cuts out the editing. And, I've just started doing more repurposing, because Facebook is deleting any live video that's going to be over 30 days old, effective June 30th. So I've been going through some of my videos that they've been replaying, and taking them off, downloading them, and then uploading them up to my YouTube channel. But that definitely is a pain point, I think, when it comes to doing the clips, the transcript. Really, also, if you're doing a show on a regular basis, you just don't have time to do it all because, you have this period where, yeah, you've got the guests, you got the show, it was great. And then you're like, you have to recover from that, especially if you're really engaged. And if you're doing it like every day or 3 or 4 times a week, it's just not possible. And so, I think when you have your strategy, understanding, if it is going to be something that's more on a full time basis, you have to start out with a team because the strategy is so important to kind of put all those pieces of the process together because otherwise you're going back and doing a lot more work. I have like 500 videos on YouTube and I got those because I was doing interviews during the pandemic. Well, a large portion of those, they don't even have descriptions. I don't have the thumbnails because I was just so busy doing content and which led to other things. And so yeah, it's crazy.
It's a bit of
Trying
a
you
bottle,
just have
a bit of
to
a bottleneck, isn't it? Like that first part of
it's
like
crazy.
my shows go 3 hours. We've been chatting 3 hours now. And I've had
Mhm.
like this is actually the third incarnation of this show. I've actually had to reboot 3 times. We're going so long. And Americo, jump in, tell us what you're thinking. You do a lot of shows. What is the repurposing a pain point for you, or have you got a magic system that'll help us make sense of this?
Well, there's no magic system um, other than making time and shifting your priorities, or you pay someone to do it. It's it is time consuming. I'll be honest. I didn't think it was going to be as time consuming. I made a commitment to host twice a week, and I'm enjoying it. I hate the fact that I wasn't able to join earlier, but I heard some great stuff. And now it's how can I repurpose and create a lead magnet from my shows? I like that because I'll be the first to jump on the email doesn't work bandwagon because it just simply doesn't for me. But if I can repurpose and create lead magnets out of my shows, then I'm going to be a happy man.
So
I can do
what
that.
if somebody could show you, like you're saying email doesn't work for you, and here I am on Amy Porterfield's baby step thing of how to get your first 100. And I'm sure Doug is saying, oh my goodness, I'm in the wrong room.
No, hey, we all started with just our mom on our list,
I took her off.
and my mom, yeah, because she didn't open it or read it, so I had to get rid of her. She was ruining my deliverability stats.
So personally, I might be my biggest persona holding myself back because I look at myself in the customer's shoes and in the recipient's shoes. I don't open those emails. I'll unsubscribe as quickly as I can because as soon as I see the title, it's like, all right, someone scraped my email. I have no interest. I haven't engaged with this coaching platform, whatever it is, product, service. I try to get off my inbox, but tomorrow there's going to be dozens to replace it, so it can become a full-time job. So it just becomes white noise, and I just delete everything in bulk. I don't even look at any of them anymore. I don't go looking for the ones that might provide value. It's just too time consuming to go look for those nuggets.
Were you on the call when we were talking to Jim? He has 18,000 unread emails.
I did hear that. 18,000 is like I'm not surprised. Yeah,
they just come in at a furious rate, don't they? They just like I'll go away for a month and I'll have like 1,000 emails to come back to, and I'm away like 4 weeks. I've got to go through those. Like someone's got to go through them. I will do it. And
filter them. So I'll tell you a trick that I do. I do lots of email stuff. So my trick is I've written a filter using Google Gmail, which I use corporately for several of our different companies. And I've created a filter that says, if it says unsubscribe or update your profile, flag it, skip the inbox, and go into a newsletter file. I don't even want to see it until I get to the afternoon and I'm going, okay, so my brain power is waning and I don't have any more creative juice left. I'm going to do something that I would consider mindless. So I'm going to go through my newsletter file and see if there's anything interesting in there. But I have it filtered, so most of those, I would say probably more than 80% never even hit the inbox. And there's sometimes I go a month, I never even look at the file.
Wow.
So I filter them out intentionally. And then when I find one that I like, I'm a big fan of the David Allen's book, Getting Things Done, or Get Things Done. And so I created a mini system inside of my Gmail. So one is waiting for. So if I sent Keith something and I was waiting for Keith to respond, I would flag it as waiting for. So I can go into my office Monday morning and go, so who are all the people that I'm waiting for to respond to me? Or action items, something I need to do, or must read. So I have a handful of newsletters that are must reads. And I add to that list, but I subtract from that list. And the rest of it just collects in a box. And if I get time, I'll look at it. If I don't really sweat it because there's no cost for storage. And because I've filtered out most of the newsletters. Now, a lot of the newsletters I'm filtering out, I've subscribed to. Like I've willingly put my hand up and went, oh, that's a really cool email about whatever, hit cardio workout, or that's a really cool email about social media. So I subscribe to them and then I find I don't read them. But again, they don't plug up my inbox. I don't spend any time managing it.
It's a system.
Or not any time, that's not fair, but I spend very little time.
I love this idea of having a system.
Yeah. Keith, so I wanted to ask you something real quick. You said 18,000. I hover my cursor over my Gmail, which I've had forever, and there's a number that says like 43,000 and some odd chain. Is that unread emails or is that just all my emails?
Well, are they bolded or are they grey out?
Well, the 43,000 is bold. Yeah. What is that?
You win. Oh, we got a winner. 43,000 unread emails. Can you beat it? Do I hear going what? Going twice.
I can.
I can.
I can.
I have 110,947.
I've got 110,000 in the left corner. What do you have, Lachelle? What does Lachelle have?
75,399.
75,399. Now, okay, so Jim in Toronto has 18,000. Bez in Atlanta has 43,000. Lachelle has 75,000. And the winner today is Doug with 110,000 unread emails. Mate,
well, 910,947. Don't forget the 947.
Glorious. Just in case you think you're an anomaly, everyone's feeling this. Mate, this is glorious. Everyone's feeling this.
But the area I'm most excited about is I've listened to the last few Gary Vaynerchuk videos about the changes in AI and social media. And so do we use email? Sure we do, but we're doing lots of stuff with AI to make sure that our websites get found with ChatGPT. So I'm starting to see Google Analytics showing people hitting our websites by doing AI searches. But in social, what's changed is social used to be like email, build a big list and then push to the list. So build a big Instagram or X following or Twitter following, and then post on there and hope people see it. And now what's happened with the algorithms is you don't have to have any following at all. The algorithms know what you and I like based on our habits. It will just push content to you. So the old days of build a big following and then market to that big following has changed, and that you don't need the big following. If your content's good, it'll get delivered to the right people. They'll see it.
Yeah. This is interesting. You're saying that because I got on. Have you seen the March April Entrepreneur magazine?
I haven't, no.
They have about.
They have an email list, by the way, that you can
Okay.
read. So you know, I've talked to them. Just in case you're wondering, Entrepreneur Magazine will send your promo piece out to all their people.
Well, they have a piece in here called the top 10. It's actually it's a great article. It's called the top 10 trends in small business sales, and it's a really good article. And in here, they've got they say so. Do you mind if I read them real quick, Keith?
Please, this is very relevant. Very relevant.
Okay. Yeah, it is very relevant to the topic. So the number one is, and I'm not just going to read the little write up underneath it. I'm just going to read the headline. So number one is direct to consumer will be the bigger piece of the marketing pie. Maybe Doug can fill us in on that. The number two, micro influencers will make a bigger impact. So what they're saying is, and I'll just jump in here. Brands are looking for people with under 5,000. Under 5,000 following because they get more engagement from those people. Blah blah blah. Number three, strategic offers will replace extended discounting periods. Number four, bold ideas will counter the digital noise, and they do talk about AI slop in that one. Number five, there is AI slop. Number five, personalization will drive loyalty. And Doug did talk about that. The four different, he really went deep on that one. Communities will be monetized. This is number six. Number seven, sustainability will become an even greater focus. Number eight, subscription models will become more important in new categories. I'm going to read that one later on. I wonder what that is. Number nine, niche marketplaces will drive meaningful sales. And number 10, quality products will move to the fore. So if any of you guys have the iPhone and you subscribe to the $37 a month, actually that magazine is there loaded up. You can actually get it, the whole magazine digitally and read that article there on your iPhone. So just it has a 10x your sales, and it's a March April, and it's a great they've got good stuff there that one. So grab it before they take it off the stores. But anyways, anybody want to make comments on that? Go ahead. Some interesting stuff I know many of you can probably talk about.
The personalization, I think, is the truth, isn't it? Like, I don't want to get generic emails from a list they found on the dark web for someone who wants to build me an app. But amazingly, I'm getting ads about what to eat when in Tokyo. Well, how did you know I was going to Tokyo? I'm going to Tokyo, and I do need to eat. Bloody hell, there's an article about what to eat when you're living in Tokyo. Well, I better read that because I'm going there. So you've got my attention because you've got my attention, right? You know what's going on. The one thing I really dislike about YouTube, and I don't know if they're ever going to get good at this, is I'm watching a show about how to learn Japanese, and I get an ad for a pie or a car or a beer, right? I don't want beer. I want to learn how to speak Japanese because I'm going to Japan. What's that got to do with the latest Ford Falcon? Nothing. Why don't you sync those up? Someone at YouTube's got to get better at that. I wouldn't mind watching an ad about what to eat when you're in Tokyo if that was a related ad, but I don't want beer. Don't like beer. I don't need a car. I don't want to buy women's clothes or go to the local pie shop,
But that's targeting, Keith. Like you can go target your competitors on YouTube, so your ads only show on their videos.
And what
Like, don't advertise to the whole YouTube world.
I know,
Find
but
your
as a
audience.
consumer,
So,
why am I
you
getting
know,
ads that are so unrelated? Are they just not bothering?
they're probably not bothering. People are lazy.
Yeah. Because
Like, there's a PR company that I won't mention that sends me this psychiatrist that deals with childhood trauma would be perfect for your podcast. It's like, my podcast is titled Real Marketing Real Fast. So without having to tell you what my podcast is about, could you guess that that's probably not a good person for me to interview?
yeah.
So there's a PR agency, and I feel bad and they keep reaching out to me going, hey, we could get you more bookings. I'm thinking, you guys are embarrassing. I should phone your clients and say you're wasting their money because they're paying you to send me an email to get onto my podcast, and you're the wrong guest. Like, my audience would not be impressed if I put that person on my podcast because they didn't sign up for that. If my podcast was about family or mental health or whatever it might be that's related. So people are just lazy. It's easier to click the advertise to everybody button. And that's why Facebook is so good for advertising, because you can go down and say, okay, so my favorite team we're Canadian, so our favorite team in hockey, like, I only want to run my ad to people who are business owners who like, pick your favorite business star, Gary Vaynerchuk, and like the LA Kings. You can get that narrow with your marketing material. So your messaging should reflect that. You're going to take the time to pick the audience, then make sure I'm not sending a car ad.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm thinking. It's very, very, very poor. It's very poor. And I've noticed, and I don't know if this is a trend, but I can't skip them anymore. And maybe they're paying extra for that. But some ads that go 90 seconds, I can't skip them. Man,
Mhm.
Well, you can do the paid version of YouTube to skip
yeah,
it.
well, I'm not paying for YouTube. I hate YouTube, but I do want to learn Japanese. But I hate it. I hate YouTube. Like, I don't mind saying. I don't care if they ban me. I hate it. It's my
Hey Keith, sign up for Duolingo, and
yeah,
you're good to go.
Duolingo. But
Yeah, my wife's learning Spanish. We love Mexico, and we love the Mexican people. So she's learning Spanish. So when we travel, we can kind of assimilate into the culture as much as we can.
But it's very interesting because I often don't see things as a marketer. I see things as a consumer, and as a consumer watching ads on YouTube that are not related, they piss me off. And I can tell you for sure, even if I was in the market for a car, I wouldn't buy that one because I'm trying to learn Japanese. I'm not interested in buying a car. Right. So, but that's just because they're lazy. Yeah. But targeting is possible and possibly adds a little bit of cost, but it's amazing what you can do if you think about it. And
let's push back on the cost for a minute. So it might be more expensive to target your ads, but how expensive is showing your ad to the wrong person? That's more expensive.
I agree with you. I personally don't believe in paying for ads. I've never done it, but I know that it's if you and someone said this to me once, if I put $1 coin into a slot machine and $4 comes out, I'm just going to sit there all day. I mean, because she was getting a 4-to-1, she was getting a 25% return. So she put in $1. For every $1 she put in, she got $4 back. She goes, mate, I'm just sitting there all day. I'm just going to sit at this machine. I put $1 in, $4 comes out. Right? That's not money spent. That's money gained. If you can get that right, you don't mind paying for ads because you're getting your money back. What are your thoughts on paid advertising, Bez? Have you played this game before?
No, I'm still a baby. But hey, if you're looking for those 10 trends, I put them in the private chat with us there, so you can look at them, grab them.
That's brilliant. What about you, Lachelle? Have you experimented with paid ads?
I have not done it. All of my growth has been organic. And, I love what he was saying about the email list, because we don't realize how easy it is to have access to do that. When you are on people's podcasts, for example, combining and even asking, hey, is it possible for me to send out, a guide or a cheat sheet or checklist to your audience, right? Offering things a lot of times for free, as a lead magnet is a great way for you to get your own content pushed to a different audience. Now, everybody may not respond, but if they do, then that's more people
I
that you
love
can
this.
add to your list. So I
Let me
think,
pick up on this.
really,
I use a site
yeah.
called Luma, lu.ma. And I tried this experiment this
Mhm.
week. Americo and I are trying a lot of experiments with email marketing because we're on the other side of the fence. We don't believe it's working. We're on the other side of the fence. And so on the Monday, I sent out a link to my show. 74% of people opened it. 74%. I'll check this in a minute. Really ridiculous number. But only 3 people actually clicked on the link. I don't care how many
Right.
people open it. I want people to come to my show. I don't give a shit how many people open the email. I want them to click on the link that's in the email. So I'll just check on this a minute. I think it's something ridiculous, something like.
Well, now I'll tell you the bad news. The bad news is I'm part of an email mastermind. Like I speak at their conference and I write for their publication. Is that the people that are the big hitters in email, like the people who create the ESPs, the MailChimps and Beehive and ConvertKit and all those, they're all members of this group. Most of them aren't counting clicks or opens anymore because of what iOS has done in protecting the privacy of consumers. So the numbers, basically, we don't trust the numbers anymore. I look at them, but to your point, Keith, is who showed up. So I tend to look more towards, like I'll use a UTM in an email, so I can see exactly how somebody showed up to my website. So I can tell you how many people got an email from me, and in my email I have a link to my email marketing book. I can tell you how many people clicked on that email link from my email signature and went to my website. So I'm looking to see, is it converting? Am I getting what I want, which is people showing up to the website and or signing up or booking a call? And I rely on analytics. I absolutely look at the email numbers as well, to make sure they're kind of in the range, but I also know that there's a lot of thought now where people are not. I just had a conversation with a guy in Minnesota that I've done a lot of email work with. They're not tracking email opens or clicks at all anymore because their feeling is that that's a signal to the ESPs like Google and Yahoo and all the other email service providers that it's likely commercial email, and the feeling is that it's affecting deliverability. So they're not even including tracking when they're sending emails anymore.
So how do you know what's working?
I'm looking at analytics.
Okay. Where you're sending them to? Are you getting the analytics from the other side? Okay, so let's pick up on this because this is very important. So on Monday, I sent out an email saying, hey, we've got a social audio sound check, the microphone special edition. And 79 people of the 180 people on my list opened it, which is 44%. Cool. 44%.
That's a great number. Yeah.
People open my email address, but only 7 people clicked it. 4%.
Did you send a second email?
And then I sent a second email to say, hey, guess what? We had a great show. Here's the replay. This is where I'm thinking we could do this for you, Lachelle. Here's the replay. At this stage, I only sent the replay, but I could easily send a freebie. 35% of people opened that email, and 5 people out of 180 people clicked on the link and watched the replay. 5. That's 3%. Right? That's very disheartening. And as a result of sending 2 emails back to back, 1 person unsubscribed. Right? So I actually went backwards. Right.
Now, one thing you could do is get a sponsor for your episodes and maybe add like some kind of gift or some kind of prize, that, if they open it or something,
Yeah.
and so somebody could sponsor you for that.
I've
And you
already.
can start doing
This
it
is
that
great. Let's
way.
brainstorm this. This is my goal in life is to get a new piece of tech show up at my door once a month, and then give it away. That's my goal in life. Right? I'm currently negotiating with Rode and Shure about this. So, say for instance, best case scenario, Rode says, "Mate, you're pretty funny. I'm going to send you a Rode PodMic USB. They retail at $285. I want you to use that on every show for a month and then give it away." Yep, no worries. And then when you do that, we'll send you a Rode Procaster, which is the next level up. Use that for a month. Talk about the differences because they're dearer, and then give it away. Now that would be like a dream come true for me. I'm currently negotiating with Rode about this, and this show is brought to you by Rode microphones. I'm also tag teaming with Shure microphones because they also have good microphones too, and I'm also sending information to Zoom, but they're not responding to my emails. So this would be what I would do. Hey, look, listen to the replay, and everyone that listens to the replay goes into a draw to win this microphone. I mean, that would just be the ideal show, wouldn't it? The show is free. The microphone is going to be given away. All you have to do is listen to the replay for a chance to win. Bloody genius. I can't get them to see this genius, but I'm going to keep trying. And it's what you're talking about, isn't it? Get a sponsor to give you stuff. Give it away if you participate, right? You've got to be an active community member, yeah? Are you doing this too, are you, Lachelle? You've thought about this? Have you done this yourself?
No, I just, you brought this up, so I just came up. No, I just thought of this idea when you were talking. So this is just, that's a good way to think about it because, when you're creating content, it's about building community. So, helping other people with gifts and just the feel good of whatever it is that you're producing content for is important. And so finding ways to build that and layer that for your relationship, I think is powerful because, everybody
Yeah.
wins. So I think that's something that
I've been thinking about it for about 5 years. So I'm constantly thinking about this because this is, as I said, my dream come true. Imagine this, Lachelle. Imagine this. Tascam. This is my absolute dream client. They send me the Mixcast 4, which is about $1,000. They send me 2 mics and 2 headphones, and I try it on the show.
Mhm.
Here it is. This is the bundle. All you have to do is listen to the show and ask one question, answer one question, and everyone goes into the draw. And I will pack everything up and send it to you at the end of the month. Like I could do that show 3 times a week for 100 years. Like I would just be so into this. The fly in the ointment is that none of these companies agree with me, and I can't get them to send me stuff. But I'm trying. I'm pushing. Everyone that knows I'm pushing this really hard.
Might be audience size too, Keith. Like a lot of those sponsors are going to look for large audiences. Not that that's the right way, but yeah, I mean, I agree with the micro influencers, the smaller influence. It's about engagements. You don't have to have 100,000 lists. If you have a list of 1,000 people who love your email and open it and respond, then that's probably tons to make your business run. Local marketing we've done where I've gone to a restaurant because I've done lots of work in the hospitality industry, and I would go to a local restaurant and we wanted to do a poll for one of our officials that was running for office, and so we had the local newspaper, about 54,000, put a post-it note on the front of every newspaper saying we want your opinion and we'll buy you dinner with a URL, and they went to a landing page and it asked them some questions about their primary concerns about their community, And I went to a local restaurant and I asked them for an unlimited number of gift certificates for $20. So I know enough about the restaurant business to know that their food and paper costs are about 35%, and what their rent and labor costs are, I know what they are as well. So I said, I don't want a 2-for-1 because that sounds cheap. And I've never had a restaurant say no. So if you're looking for stuff that's local, I would rather give away a gift to everybody that somebody else pays for. And what they get is they get introduced to new clients. And what I get is I get engagement, and I get to give away a gift that I didn't have to write a check for.
Yeah, I love this. I love this. And I've been thinking about this a lot.
That was good.
So, but Bez, I really want to pick up on this. I've always believed what you just said, Doug, and that is that my audience size is not big enough. But Bez, the trend that you're finding is that that's not true. That if I have 20,000 followers on LinkedIn and 15,000 of them listen to my show, that's 15,000 people that are interested in what I'm talking about. Perhaps that's enough. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, what's the purpose? What's the goal? What's the strategy? I'll tell you something, and I won't name the company, but I'm in a mastermind, and I won't even say his name, but you know him as he does a lot of shoppable content on Amazon, and he's done a gazillion brand deals. But I got to be careful here. So he was at a conference that they brought him in to speak and be part of it this past year. And so he was part of the creators that were helping. And I think they only invited 100 or so people. And so there was going back to his place to eat and whatever, wind down, a big company. And all of us know who this is if I were to say the name, but I won't. They were talking. Found out that this company paid the an agency $250,000 to do a video and put it on YouTube, and it got 150 views. They were not happy, but the money's not coming back. It's been spent.
No. Yeah.
And he said, "Hey, I've got this mastermind. I could cut off $1,000 to each one in my mastermind. They'll get you more than 150 views. I will guarantee you that." So, and then he has a family member that works for a huge brand. They're now having discussions with him about this micro influencer space and who does he know that that has an engaged audience. There's other things going behind the scenes. Also, there's a shift in the landscape. You don't make as much on Amazon Live anymore as you used to. So he has to shift and find different ways. But you're still seeing the demand. And okay, so it's interesting because I'm finding all these things and I'm hearing these things, and I go to a talent acquisition HR conference in Atlanta. Okay, so I'm here near Atlanta, and it's a small gathering, a lot of people, recruiters, talent acquisition, some HR, a very intimate setting, great vibe in the room. We're all getting to know each other. And you know what conversations they're having now is like, how do we get our jobs out there where, we get the right people that join or apply? Because I have a sarcastic view on that as it relates to corporate America, because I've been on the inside. And they're now talking about doing brand deals with their own employees. Like, how do we find people that, they can just, no big production, take their phone and they start talking about this great place they work and they're recommending. Think about it. A company has their own brand ambassadors. They just don't know it. They skip them and go to some fancy schmancy ad agency, and they pay all this money to get 150 views that nobody cares. So I think we're in a really great time. If you can solve the problem and think outside the box and find different ways to do something that gets great results. And here I am reading that the number 2 is that micro-influencer will make a bigger impact. And when you read that article, you read the little piece they have under that, it's just a couple paragraphs. They're looking people that have less than 5,000. I mean, they might be happy if you have 100, 200, but they're super engaged, right? So anyways, I'll land it there. And Doug, anybody else has some thoughts, take it away.
There's a girl in our gym that's doing that. So she's new to our gym. So we go to a CrossFit Olympic weightlifting gym, my wife and I, 3 days a week. And she's normally in there. And she's a mom with 3 kids. And she showed up the first day with a tripod and a camera, which seems a bit odd for the gym. And so somebody asked her, so why the camera? She says, I'm an influencer. So she's got a small following, like you mentioned. It's probably, I think it's more than 5,000, but it's not huge. And she said, this is how I make a living to be a stay-at-home mom. So I've got supplement brands that pay me to promote their products. And the content that she's creating are her own workouts in the gym. She's like, oh, this is where I was before. And, I lost 30 pounds after my last child. And this is the exercises that I'm doing. This is what I eat. And so she's just telling her life story. But it's enough that she can stay home with her kids. So she's a one-person company. She does everything. I said to her, how do you do your production? She says, oh, I do all the editing on my phone.
See?
So people don't want the big production stuff. And to your point about your employees, say a company has got 1,000 employees, and the average person has 500 contacts on Facebook. Well, if 1,000 employees, if 100 of them said yes, multiply that by 500, that's a pretty big reach. And they're showing up in their friends' feed talking about their company. So to your point, you're right. You're not leveraging your employees by allowing them, giving them some parameters, but to post native content.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was approached by Microsoft and said, look, if we send you a Microsoft Surface Pro, can you use it and then just talk about it to your audience? And then once a year, come to an event where we ask you how you used it and what happened, and we'll pay. We'll send you to Sydney and you put you up in a hotel and no cost to you, but you just have to turn up. And we brainstormed this for her, and she said, well, think about it. You put an ad on the TV, it's $20,000 a minute to advertise on TV. A Surface Pro is about $500. They send that to 20 people. It's cost them 10 grand. They put them up in a hotel for once a year and they do an event. These people are actively promoting it because they're using the product. So it's a bit of a no-brainer, and I got to be honest, I'm a little bit upset that I'm pushing very hard. It makes so much sense to me. Zoom could send me the new P2 and I would use it and I would promote it, and I just cannot get them to understand that. And I've sent numerous emails to them, and I hope they're listening.
Try a different approach. So a buddy of mine, Josh Elledge, runs a PR company. He was in the Midwest. I think he's in Florida now. And his whole business is teaching people how to use a podcast to build their business. So if you've read Gary Vaynerchuk's book, Jab, 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 Right Hook, he talks about give, then ask. So I helped him with a couple podcasts because I've done a bunch. So I helped an investment real estate guy in Florida start his real estate podcast. So I did the first 20 interviews for him. And what they do is they interview people that are their target audience. So you'd interview the guys from Zoom on your podcast to your audience. Then you would promote them. Then you would ask them for a sponsorship. So give them some value first. Like I told my kids when they were growing up, like when you're going for a job, if you do more than you're asked, you get paid more for what you do. Don't ask for more money. Do more. You'll get paid more. No, that's not always the case, but that's kind of my philosophy is give first. And it doesn't always come back, and that's perfectly fine. But yeah, Keith, I would be setting up a series of interviews. I would interview each one of the vendors you've mentioned that you've been emailing. It's a non-threatening offer. I have a podcast. It's all around technology and technology marketing. My audience aligns with your audience because here's my audience. I'd love to have you do a show with us, a 30-minute or 45-minute show. You get people on your podcast. You have a few minutes with them before the podcast, make sure they're settled and comfortable, get to know them a bit. You do the podcast interview, you do an outtake interview with them to see how they felt, ask, any edits, anything. No, all good. Promote it, send them the replay. Here's the link to the replay. Here's a link to all the social media where we talked about you. Here's where I transcribed it into a blog post. Now you've done something for them, which sets you apart from everybody else who showed up with their hand out asking them for something.
That's very cool. I have actually offered that, but I'll keep moving on this. I think you're right. So I'm now connected with several people working at Shure microphones and several people working at Rode microphones. And about once a week I say, hey, look, I've got a show. Why don't you come on the show? Please come on the show and talk about your new mic. Just come on the show. It's at 8:00 in the morning. It's not hard. Can you please come? Yeah. So I'll just keep persevering. I'm not asking them for anything. I'm just asking them to come, and I would be very happy for them to demonstrate their products on my show. That would be just as easy as me getting it in a box and me demonstrating it. I'd be very happy for them to demonstrate it. That would still be a fantastic show. Look, you've heard it here. It will work. I will get this working. As Bez knows, I've been pushing this idea probably for 5 years. I'm doing something wrong, but I'm just a dog with a bone. I'm gonna do it. As you know, Bez, I've been talking about this idea for a very long time, haven't I?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to find the microphone. Absolutely. And I love what Doug said. I love his approach because, yes, you're giving, and then you're asking, because now when you ask, they feel guilty they didn't do it sooner, right? Because you provided so much value. Why wouldn't they, right? So I
what
love
you might
his
find
approach.
out is you don't like them, right? I look at podcasting kind of like golfing. Like if you were a golfer, like I'm not a great golfer. For me, it's a nice long walk where I can have a cigar and a beer and talk to somebody about business. But I want to see, do they cheat? If they have a bad shot, do they throw their clubs? What did they say about the girl in the beer cart? How do they treat the waitress that served us in the clubhouse? And then I make a decision whether or not I would want to do business with them. So on my podcast, I won't give out the names, but there's a bunch of people I've interviewed that I wouldn't want to have a business relationship with because they weren't givers, they were takers. It's like, well, if you're going to answer every one of my questions with buy my book, you're not a good guest for me. Like my audience didn't come here for an ad. So there's somebody, so how did they treat your audience? When people say to me, well, what would you like to talk about on my podcast if I have you as a guest? I'd say, well, these are my areas of expertise, but I'm really here to serve your audience. So why don't you tell me what could I talk about that would best serve your audience? And that's how I treat my invite to be a guest. And then, of course, I promote it and I create a graphic for it. And the other thing that I've seen people do, and I've done it a few times, is I put out a press release. So if you got one of the big guys on your show, Keith, I'd put out a press release saying, hey, we just interviewed the guys from Rode about their new microphone. Tune into my podcast.
Yeah, I think the collective wisdom here is that there's something in this for everyone, and I've now started sending out emails about the replay. One of the things that I've been used to doing with this show is that I never really focused on the replay. I was only ever into the live event. But Americo, what do you think? We've chatted about a lot of stuff. Can you see this really working now for the replays and that follow-up email about the link to the replay after the event? It's a good strategy. We've never really talked about this, isn't it?
It's a fantastic strategy. Your results, may appear as being dismal, but I think, and Doug, keep me honest and humble here. I'm going off of the financial industry that I spent most of my professional journey on. Single digit click-through rate, like you said, it was 3 out of however many. Like the percentages,
it
percentages
depends,
are
right?
pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and that's a decent percentage. I mean, so we do a couple of things. I mean, I'm also capturing the details from people who bounce off my site. So about 30 to 40% of the people who show up to any one of the websites that we manage or run, I basically get your name, address, phone number, all your personal social media accounts, all your personal email accounts, and all your corporate stuff in real time when you show up on our website. So I can tell you, out of all the people who showed up, who owns a home. I can tell you their car buying history. I can tell their education. So I can make some decisions before. And I don't email those people. So if somebody shows up to my website and looks at 10 different pages and they spent some time there, I'm assuming that they're interested in what I offer. So for those people, I'll send them like a direct one-on-one phone email, or I'll phone them. I had a client of mine who had a big hospital brand looking at his SaaS tool, and he goes, well, my sales guys are going to put them into my email sequence. And went, what sequence? They've clearly looked at, they went to your website, they looked at you and all your competitors that you have comparisons. Phone them. They've shown that they're interested. So I'm not just about everybody gets into an email funnel or sequence. I think people are tired of all the sequences. They figured it out. I'm looking for intent and interest, and if you're going to spend time on the site, and I've got your collected your data, I'm gonna follow up. Then it's not necessarily going to be email. There's a good chance it's going to be phone or LinkedIn.
Well,
So,
let's
you know,
talk
you go
about
to my
the phone. Let's. It's a very underrated thing. Bez, you love this idea. I never phone people, never. But tell me why this works. You know, they've come to your website, they've had a look around. Just ring them, right?
Well, one thing I find out that there was a clubhouse room that I used to attend, and it was a bunch of sales professionals. So when I started in recruiting, I actually worked for an agency. They made me go find a business. Then they made me and you know what they showed me? They showed me phone books, like Yellow Pages. I don't know if any of you remember those. I'm sure Doug does, and I think most of us here remember. Okay. And they
first
said,
thing I
go
got
at
my
it.
clients to cancel your Yellow Pages ads. Yep.
Let me just pick up on that, Bez. You didn't see this part. This is really, really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Americo said LI is the new YP. Right?
Mm.
And my response was, what the fuck is YP? I mean, it's not even in my consciousness that I thought, what's YP?
Yellow Pages.
Well, Keith, if you need something, if you needed a service, let's say you needed somebody to do SEO for your website, would you not go to LinkedIn first to see if you had any first connections in the space?
I wouldn't.
I look all the time because I want to know who am I already connected with, because that's a warm call.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Right?
Warm lead.
Yeah. So what Doug's talking about is I learned I used to the definition of a cold call and a warm lead has changed because of such of these enrichment of data and that we now are able to get. Like if I'm doing outreach to people, it's because I know you need me. So that's not a cold call. That's a warm call. So I have to change my mindset of what's a warm and a cold call, right? Now, if you're randomly calling, that's a cold call. You know, that's the 1,000 leads in and maybe one converts at the bottom. But that's the spray and pray. But and Doug will probably, you know, as the expert here, will he talked about this earlier. There's so much data enrichment that happens.
Okay.
He's able now to even target you based on what your personality may be out of 4 personalities, and get you the custom personalized message to you. See,
Wow.
that's not a cold call anymore.
No, I would never have thought of this, but you are, of course, right. That if someone in my contact list that I'm already talking to does what I'm doing, or what I need,
Wow.
just thought I'd play that down. I was so amazed. Then that would make much more sense than calling a person I've never heard of that I don't know about. Because I can see them. I can say, well, look, we've had a chat. You've come on my show. We're good friends. I need this I need this service. How do you do it? What do you charge? Come over. Let's meet for a coffee. I would never have thought of this, but you're right. We're all doing warm leads. What we call here and based on these this funnel, the prospects. The 1,000 people cold calling onto getting your freebie. Well, that's really just nothing. But someone who's really warm in the middle there, the green zone, they haven't yet bought anything, but they could buy something. They might buy something.
Well, find out who else they associate with, Keith. Like you and I met via Twitter, right? Years ago.
When it was called Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, it was called Twitter. We just finished a big engagement for an online gaming company out of Europe. And I won't tell you the name or the brand, but there's a number of casinos that you see advertised on all the sports sites, hockey game, football game, college basketball. They're all promoting their bet apps. So what I did was I went to their competitors' X accounts. Well, I'll give you one of the names. It's a big name. MGM is a big advertiser. And I scraped the email addresses that were publicly available for everybody that followed the MGM betting app. So my assumption rather, is that they're online and that they have an online betting app. That's why they follow MGM. So they'd be a good prospect for my client that represents MGM plus a bunch of other brands. And we cold emailed them with like a 50% open rate and a 3% click-through rate.
Yep, that's not a bad idea.
But we knew they had already put up their hand and showed interest. So whether it's recruiting or financial, most of my email space and work has been in the financial sector. So I'll give you a name. One of the ladies that I interviewed on my podcast, and she wrote the foreword to my email book, is Katie Schaefer. Her dad owns a company called Schaefer's Market Research, and they're a financial publishing company. They have a number of newsletters. Some are free and some are fee. And that sort of data and accessing her clients directly is available in the financial space. So they have social media, they have email lists, they have banner ads. So there's lots of ways you can reach your audience or your target audience, especially in the financial space. There's a million financial newsletters out there that already have your target audience coming to their site. So just borrow their audience.
I think this is amazing. I want to take it a little bit further down and get into this green zone. I think, Doug, you mentioned a smaller product, $37, I think. There's a particular type of marketing we call the tripwire.
Yep.
I want to have a bit of a chat about this. Can you tell me what you do with this idea of something that's $9 or $17 just gets them to open their wallet, but it's not a big purchase for them and it's not very much money for us, but it gets them in the loop. Do you use this strategy, what we call the tripwire?
I haven't. That first came out with Ryan Dice. Because I've bought most of their materials over the years. So I understand the premise. The premise is they're trying to financially qualify people. With our new lead contact software that we've developed, where we're capturing people that are abandoning your site, what we're doing, running our ads right now to launch it. We're going to give away 125 leads to that's our tripwire. So if you sign up to the site, you can sign up with no credit card, get 125 leads of people that have visited your website, not converted. And then our job will be, how many of those can we convert to paying clients? And at this point, I can't answer the question. Happy to have the conversation after we launch.
Yeah.
But it should be a pretty easy conversation. If you can log into the software, fill in your basic information, and have your web developer put a piece of code on your website, and you've got 1,000 visitors a month or more, I'll send you the 125 people who showed up to your website. Name, address, phone number, no strings attached. Go ahead. So that doesn't answer your question. That's not a tripwire. So I have not I have not done a low cost tripwire.
Let's have this discussion. This is a very fundamental for marketing funnel idea. Have you tried this, Bez? A very short, sharp offer that's very cheap by definition, but it gets people in the system. Have you tried this? Have you heard the phrase tripwire and have you tried it?
I have. In fact, I tried it before there was the phrase tripwire. And I'm going to share a story. So back when I was using the YPs, Keith, Yellow Pages, I was making 100 calls a day, right? And I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and we called it the DAP sheet, the Daily Action Plan. I will never forget that. It was laborious. And I couldn't get people to, back then we had voicemails. And voicemails, oh my goodness, you could leave a message. And that's when I came into the workforce. There was voicemails. There were still fax machines. And I was banging my head against the wall. So I employed the tripwire concept. Now, I didn't know it was called tripwire. But what I did is I decided one day to leave a different kind of message. And I said, hey, my name is Bez Rengifo. I work for so-and-so. I've got good news. Please call me back at blah, 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 blah. I tell you what, sometimes tripwires isn't about that low cost, product. Man, there must have been a lot of depressed people or having a bad day, because when I said I have good news, the phone blew up. The secretary in the front said, Bez, there's a bunch of people calling back. And they would say, so the calls would get to me and they would say, Bez, you call me. I go, what's your name? I'm looking at my list of 100 and I can barely read my own handwriting, right? Because it's chicken scratch. What's your name? I'm like, what company? I still couldn't find it. I'm like, what did my message say? That way I can at least know why I called you. And they say, you said you had good news. Well, what's the good news? That was my tripwire.
Okay, that's good. That's very, very good. It doesn't have to be money. The point of the tripwire, the very fundamental point is that they've spent something. I mean, it costs them nothing other than the phone call to call you. That really doesn't mean anything. But if they've paid $7, they're in the loop. They're a part of the family now. So the tripwire is designed to open the wallet and get them in the loop and used to paying for something.
Yep.
Yeah. I just love this. We've been actually going about 4 hours. I won't be disappointed if you all need to go. It's getting late. I know Doug's had to go. Why don't we wrap up and keep it moving? This is the last show for this week. Next week, I'm going to pick up on a bit of what we've talked about, and I've got a big show about repurposing. Big show. Like, I'm bringing in some heavy hitters about that. So we've been talking today about, are you getting my emails? Are emails dead? I say yes. Americo agrees with me. We've had a toing and a froing. Let's wrap it up. Bez, what do you think of the main points of the day so far? How are you going with your Amy Porterfield thing? And how can we contact you and sort of help you out?
Well, I'll tell you this. Tomorrow will be day 3 of how to get my first 100 email subscribers. I'm listening to Doug and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so junior varsity. But, fortunately, we all have to start somewhere. And the main takeaways, man, especially from Doug and everybody here on stage. But I think all of us got a masterclass from Doug of the different ways you can actually acquire customers and the new tech out there, and what you can do with AI agents, or sometimes we know them as GPTs, right? We're now calling them AI agents, and the tools out there that's available that we need to learn how to master. And the other thing, the takeaway is, hey, there's some songs about other people's money or OPP, other people's property. What about leveraging other people's email list? I don't know what acronym that is, but those are my takeaways. I think
OPE.
yeah.
OPE. But the point is, Bez, I was going to ask you this. Who is your ideal company that has your ideal client? Is
Okay.
it Monster? Is it LinkedIn? Who is your ideal company that has a list of the people that you want to contact?
They're on LinkedIn. Yeah, they're on LinkedIn.
Do they have an email list?
Well, the way on LinkedIn you can download, the default is to hide that. It used to be back in the day, but I've been downloading it. So what you can do is you can go into your settings, and I was just showing somebody this, but anyways, it's the data. What you can do with your data, you can actually download your entire. You can actually pick what you want to download. So a popular thing I do is download the name and phone and email if it's on there.
Well,
So that way
let me ask you a
yeah.
question. If you got an email from someone you were following on LinkedIn, would that
Mhm.
piss you off?
No, I would hey, now I got their email. They got mine, now I got theirs, so.
I'd be fuming. I didn't sign up to LinkedIn to give you my email address. I didn't sign up for that. I didn't give you permission to email me.
Well, that's true.
I'm gonna jump in and say the terms and conditions that we don't read and just click through and accept. We do that.
I did give permission. I just didn't
You did
read
give
that part.
permission.
What about you, Michelle?
Just like
would you be angry if someone emailed you that found you on LinkedIn? Do you have an aversion to all this spam?
I get a lot of people that DM me with some spam. So, I feel like, if it just isn't your thing, you can unsubscribe. But I find sometimes a lot of gems, which is why I have so many emails. Because what I will do in real time is if I get a really unique email, I will copy and paste it into a template and use it myself later on. So, I never turn down an email really for the most part, but if it's just something that is a lot of clutter and, it has no value, then I'll unsubscribe.
Oh, that's interesting. I think one of the reasons I dislike email so much is that I personally don't like getting them. I really dislike these emails that I get every day. Would you like me to build you an app? How did you find me? What gives you the right to call me cold? I didn't ask for this. I did not ask for this. Why are you calling me? And why are you calling me back? I hate that. I really hate it. But I mean, maybe I'm just a bit fussy. But so, Bez, what I was really asking was which company has an email list that has your ideal client on it? It's not a bad idea to download your emails from LinkedIn, but that's your list. What about another list? And that's not qualified in the sense that they didn't sign up for this, so they might not respond. But imagine if you had a company that had a very, very engaged list and you could advertise to that list. That would be worth paying for, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably talk to Doug here to see what might make sense. But let's say just off the top of my head, for for healthcare as a recruiter, I would target health systems or a university that may teach certain skills, right? And get that list of or even the association. I think you can buy association lists of different healthcare professionals, so that you can do. And so you're leveraging other people's list. You can now do outreach to them. So with the tools out there, you could probably do it at scale. Now, one thing that is that I can do is, they're either going to want to make a move or interested in what I've got or not. Pretty simple. My industry's been around a lot. Now on the career coaching side, which is something, I'm using my audio, my shows to get that out there. And that's going to be the plan. I'm going to insert those. I'm going to promote my own stuff. I mean, the reason I'm doing my shows is while it's nice to try to be internet famous, that's not my goal. My goal is to monetize on the back end and help use that, like Lachelle's been talking about, where you get a lot of leads, you get a lot of
I totally
people
agree.
that,
There's a
yeah.
really cool phrase. Why beg for a seat when you can build the table?
Amen. Amen.
You run your own show. You're in charge. You are famous by association. You go on someone else's show. Sure, it's a lot easier, but you're sort of not, you don't have any control. You don't really get anything. You get onto someone else's show, but you don't really get any of the process. Whereas if you have your own show, you are in charge. You're building the table, aren't you? It's a lot of extra work, but you are in charge of the result. It's a very compelling answer for that idea of doing your own show, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. And because, I am a creator. I may not be your traditional creator. I'm more business person, but I'm a creator of sorts. And people will argue, no, you're not really a creator. Okay. Well, in my definition, I am. All right. But I have a different business slant to it. And I can prove that to you because I have a buddy of mine. We started a Twitter space or X space. And we were looking at each other for 9 months and we were talking about business. And it was like 7 a.m. Nobody would show up. And we're like, oh, let's move this show to LinkedIn Audio. And then LinkedIn Audio decides to shut down. What ended up happening, we had somebody ask a question about art. And I said, oh, I don't know the answer, but my buddy here that we do a show, he knows everything about art. So person comes in. All of a sudden, we're talking about the intersection of business and art. And now there's 16 people listening to us. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. What did we do? Well, we ran into something that was relevant to people. Like creators or artists are great at what they do, but they don't have much of a business mind, or it's not something that's natural to them. And all of a sudden they started showing up because that was of interest to them. So yeah, I mean, there's a few ways you can skin this cat, used to get distribution. Remember, at the end of the day, when you're talking about setting your own table, this, what Lachelle is doing, what I'm doing, what you're doing, what America is doing, we're into the distribution game, and we're getting our message and our voice out there. And because of that, we're going to reap some good stuff out of it because we're giving value. And you know what? When you do good, some of that good comes back to you.
It's a very interesting point because a lot of people have said, oh, man, it's a lot of work. And it is. It's a lot of work to have your own show. But the benefits are so much greater. Like, I'm in charge of this show. I can decide who comes on and who doesn't. I can decide what time it's on. I'm in charge of promoting it. I get all of the kudos when people come. And I do get kudos when I go on other people's show. I was on Americo's show. And if you haven't been on Americo's show, I really, 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 really want you to do that. I really want you to go on his show because he's such a cool dude. 125 new followers as a direct result of going on Americo's show. 125. Highest score ever. One show, 1 hour, 125 new followers. Right? So America has an audience that doesn't know me. 125 of them reached out. I wouldn't have got them. But bloody brilliant. Like I'm so proud of that, mate. It was so exciting. Isn't that cool?
And humbling. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking of that when you mentioned it last night. And I think today's conversation really builds on that. It started off with email, but it's kind of morphed into this whole audio video presence and the whole repurposing. It's inside our wheelhouse, and I gotta tell you, I got a lot out of today's conversation. Even though I was driving and I had people in the car for the first part of it and couldn't really pay close attention, but the pieces that I was picking up, if I haven't reached out and we're not connected, we had some great people on stage. I'm reaching out, try to make some new connections and build some new relationships, because to your point, Keith, being a pod guest may be less work, but look at the dividends it paid for.
Yeah. So that I do both. In fact, I'm pleased if you've got a show, I'd love to come on yours. I've set an intention to be on one show every month for the rest of the year, because I do love going on other people's shows. I don't mind sitting on both sides. But when I go on someone else's show, usually it's a very flat conversation about me and them. What I'm very, very proud of, and I don't know if I've ever seen this done before, is that our show dances around so much that we don't really even know what we're going to learn. I wasn't expecting Doug to call in on his phone with a cigar in his hand. I wasn't expecting that. But look at what he shared just out of the courtesy of his own heart. He just said, "Oh well, I'm sort of doing nothing, and thought I'd just call in." We got a masterclass in email marketing there, right there. Now that you don't get that by going on someone else's show, and I'm very, very proud of this format. And I think it's possibly my superpower that out of nowhere I can shift the call. And what I want to do is I want to thank Bez, because I lost the signal. I actually had to turn my computer off. And Bez could have easily said, "Oh, well, he's gone now. I'm going to make some dinner." But you held the fort, man. I mean, you are my wingman. I love it. When you held the fort for 5 minutes while I physically had to reboot my computer.
Well, that was easy because I started making promises that you were going to give us the winning lotto ticket. Just stick around. He's coming back with it,
Yeah, because I'm in tomorrow. Like it's
He
tomorrow.
put a tripwire out there.
I can get creative. So hey, I got good news.
Yeah, but this is the format that I love the most. The fact that we are very creative, and that as each new this is why I love this format. As each new person comes in, we give a different perspective. Like Doug has a very pay as you go type of. He's a pay as you go guy. Like he pays for email. He pays for ads. I'm a sort of a more organic sort of, let's just do this bootstrapping thing. Like I've never paid for an ad, never paid for an ad, and I never will. It's just against my belief system. But Doug makes money back, so it's not really paying. He's just simply it's not gambling. He's getting a result. Like it's bloody great. It's great how he does it, and he teaches us how to do that. It's just not my model. Jim, on the other hand, from Toronto, if you were in the call then, he talked about this really lovely not-for-profit space in Toronto. Bloody brilliant. And Americo came in later after driving the car around, and he gave information, and Lachelle came in and gave her opinion. What do you think is the takeaway here, Lachelle? What did you get most out of today?
Well, for me, I love doing things impromptu, where it's organic. So I always come with the mindset of what is the conversation going to teach me? And I left with a lot of takeaways. I think one of the things is, when you have a company of people where you're focused on growth, then you can openly talk about, the pain points. And I think that's so powerful because we could talk about philosophy, the latest article like Bez shared, but we're not going to get anywhere with that if we're not talking about what our real pain points are. And you just have a really great way of hosting where everybody feels that they can be transparent. And I think that's how you get transformation, when you talk about real things so that everybody
Yep.
can grow. So I'm so glad that Bez invited me up, and it's been a
Oh,
pleasure. I've really
I'm
enjoyed it. I'm up past
I
my
know it's
bedtime.
amazing. It's like 2 o'clock here, so it must be late there. And look, you guys are always welcome on the show. And I think
Mhm.
I've worked out my power set. Like, I am the host. I just love giving everyone a turn. Everyone gets to say what they believe, and I'm neutral. Everyone gets a turn. And I don't know if I've seen any shows like this, and I might be sort of forming my own brand here, but these shows are very unique. Most shows are usually a person interviewing one other person, and they go 1 hour. My shows go 4 hours. Right, that in itself is pretty unique. But not everyone's up for 4 hours. I'm going to go and do I'm going to go and have a bit of lunch. I'm going to go and just go outside. I'm just going to stop sitting down for
Yeah.
a few minutes and just walk around. I mean, it's sort of, my body sort of gets stuck to the chair. I'm burning a path in the rubber there. So I'm just going to go and get some lunch. I really appreciate everyone's massive assistance. We have a couple more shows tomorrow or next week. And if you do want to do some UGC, some user-generated content, I've got plenty of screenshots to share. And let's just take this up a notch. Our highest score so far is 15 pieces of content from one show. That's our highest score so far. And my highest replay score is 15,000 views from a show on LinkedIn. I mean, how cool is that? Cool. How cool is that?
You
15,000
what?
views, 15 pieces of content. What do you think?
This one might beat it. I mean, I don't know if people realize. I took some notes, by the way. The stuff you would have paid to get the free consulting you just got from Doug. Yeah, I don't know if people realize he gave some free consulting that
it was
people would have
massive.
paid good money for, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm
Well,
going
you're
to
in
tell
a
you that right
mastermind and you paid for that $37, right?
now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Uh,
Look, I've got to
so
go. So my body's wearing out. I've got to get up and move around. I'm going to play a little bit of music. Please, please, please reuse this content as you see fit. And let's see if we can beat 15,000 views and 15 pieces of content. I'm putting it out there, America. I'm going to say it every day. And we have a show about this next week, the whole concept of UGC and repurposing. We're going to really push the envelope. So I'm going to go.
You need to invite Billy Thorpe. I can invite him for you. If you tell me the date, I'll ask him if he can make it. He's a savage master, and he's done a gazillion of those. So you want to invite him?
Yeah, we'll connect him. I'm going
right.
to Japan. I'm going to Japan for a month. So next week's my last show, but I'm back in July. So I'll regroup.
I'll connect via LinkedIn message, and then you guys can figure out what day is going to be best for him to show up. But yeah, you need to bring him in.
Yeah, good idea. All right, well, let me go and get some lunch, and I'll talk to you on the other side.
All right. Great show.
Good night. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
You've been listening to Keith Keller in Melbourne, Australia, and I'm bloody hungry.
Wow. 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 Wow.